Bom dia a todos. Bom dia a todos. Eu sou a professora Maria de Fátima Agra. Atualmente estou diretora-presidente do Instituto UFPB de Desenvolvimento do Estado da Paraíba, IDEP UFPB, e é com grande satisfação que damos início ao Simpósio de Produtos Naturais e seus potenciais terapêuticos. Esse evento foi organizado pelo Instituto UFPB de Desenvolvimento do Estado da Paraíba, com apoio do Consulado Francês, do Programa de Pós-Graduação em Produtos Naturais e Sintéticos Bioativos da UFPB e também da Universidade Estadual da Paraíba. Como ainda não era possível a realização de um evento presencial, pensamos no simpósio online, onde contaremos com a participação de renomados pesquisadores nacionais e internacionais nas diversas áreas da pesquisa de produtos naturais e também como sintéticos bioativos. Assim, gostaria, nesse momento, em nome da comissão organizadora, agradecer imensamente a todos os inscritos, aos palestrantes e aos moderadores. Desta forma, desejo um ótimo evento a todos e passarei a palavra ao professor Francisco, que é o representante da UEPB.
Bom dia a todos e todas presentes. Gostaria aqui de saudar a professora Maria de Fátima Agra, diretora presidente do IDEP e presidente dessa comissão organizadora. Gostaria de saudar aqui também os demais membros da comissão organizadora, o professor Marcos Túlio, diretor científico do IDEP, o professor Isaac Medeiros e a professora Fabiola, que fazem parte dessa comissão organizadora. Eu gostaria de fazer o agradecimento aqui tanto ao IDEP quanto ao UFPB, por aceitar a UFPB como parte desse conjunto, na verdade, de instituições que vieram promover esse evento. Eu acho importante a gente fazer aqui um registro de que esse evento nasceu no começo desse ano, através de um edital do Consulado Francês para a realização de eventos, onde a gente pensou que, unindo as instituições aqui do Estado, a gente teria uma maior chance de aprovação, e foi exatamente isso que a gente fez e conseguiu essa aprovação. E esse evento, inicialmente, ele seria um evento presencial. Ele foi pensado para que os palestrantes viessem para cá e que o evento pudesse acontecer de maneira presencial. Porém, a pandemia, infelizmente, impediu que isso acontecesse de maneira presencial, motivo pelo qual ele está acontecendo dessa forma remota. Mas a gente gostaria de agradecer imensamente a todos os palestrantes que se dispuseram, mesmo de maneira remota, a disponibilizar um pouco do seu tempo para estar aqui conosco hoje. A gente sabe que todo mundo é extremamente ocupado, então a gente agradece imensamente todos os palestrantes. Não poderia deixar de agradecer também a equipe de comunicação da UEPB, que está nos ajudando aí nessa questão da transmissão desse evento, e agradecer a todos os inscritos que também estão aqui nos prestigiando, que submeteram seus trabalhos e que vão, para os melhores trabalhos, serem apresentados no final de cada um desses 2 dias desse evento. Para falar um pouquinho desse evento, eu já vou começar a falar em inglês aqui para poder contextualizar, já que nós temos os estrangeiros aqui também já presentes. Então, the UFPB Institute for Development of the State of Paraíba, IDEP UFPB, the postgraduate program in natural and synthetic bioactive products, the State University of Paraíba, and the French Consulate promote the Simpósio of bioactive natural and synthetic products and its therapeutic potentials, Simpronat, from November 2021. This symposium is aimed at multidisciplinary research on natural and synthetic bioactive products. The event is characterized by the high level of lectures recognized internationally. I'm at students, research, and the other professionals interested in the main advances on discovery related to the research of natural and biosynthetic products. The scientific program will include the participation of 48 speakers, which will address various topics related to the research of natural products, such as biodiversity, pharmacognosy, chemistry, chemoinformatics, ethnopharmacology, pharmacology, biotechnology, and technological development and innovation, among others, to full conferences and coordinator sessions. I want to invite Professor Muratov, if he stay here, to start the presentation of the first speaker and start the scientific activities of the event. Professor Muratov, you stay with us. Okay, Professor Muratov is coming.
Hello. No, I'm here. I just needed to be allowed to join as a panelist. Yeah.
Okay, we will become. We welcome.
Yep. Thank you, Francisca, and it's a great honor for me to start the symposium, the scientific part, as a panelist, and it's a great pleasure to see all of you here, and it's an enormous pleasure to introduce my long-time friend and collaborator, Professor Alexandru Sasha Varnik. So Sasha is full professor in theoretical chemistry and head of the cheminformatics lab in University of Strasbourg. He also director in several Master of Science programs related to cheminformatics and in silico drug design in the same university. He's also affiliated in the University of Hokkaido, and he have very strong collaboration ties with University of North Carolina, where I'm working, and in my university in Ukraine, where I used to work. Sasha published about 10 books and more than 250 peer-reviewed research papers. And he also gave more than 100, and I think that this number is already close to 200, invited lectures in a variety of schools, meetings, and other national and international events. Since 2019 or 18, he's an editor-in-chief of Molecular Informatics. That's a journal published by Wiley. That's journal number 2 or number 3 in our field, and the quality of the journal by Wiley. That's journal number 2 or number 3 in our field, and the quality of the journal. Sorry, I am having a terrible echo here. And the quality of the impact factor of the journal has grown up since Professor Varnik became an editor-in-chief. He's also involved in a variety of research, and his main focus is cheminformatics and molecular modeling. And a little bit of personal story, I guess we already know each other for about 20 years. I was visiting him in Strasbourg several times. It was an amazing summer school in Strasbourg and in a little village called Oberne next to Strasbourg. We also published several papers, including the one this year in Chemical Society Reviews. And Sasha wrote his contribution there. And now he will provide you more detailed overview of what he's doing with topological maps and how it could be useful in a variety of purposes. So Sasha, please welcome. The scene is yours.
Thank you very much, Eugene, for this kind of introduction. I need to apologize. So it seems my camera doesn't work properly, so I need to reboot my machine. So please wait for 1 minute. So I need to reboot it and reconnect again. Sorry for that.
That's all right. I will entertain the others for this minute. Yep. I certainly cannot present better than Sasha, but briefly, we already we spoke about his professional qualities. On the personal level, Sasha is very good friend, like very open-minded and open-hearted person, and he is learning a lot from his students, and he is giving them way more than he learned from them, but he also learned a lot from all the generations, and he already has a lot of students defended their thesis, PhD, masters, and so on. He speaks several languages, so that's very talented and pleasant person to deal with. And unfortunately, this is a virtual event, so we will not have a fourchette or the banquet afterwards, because that's always a pleasure to catch up with him. And knowing the French hospitality and the Brazilian hospitality, I hope that when the pandemic would be over, maybe it would be some event in Brazil or in France, or preferably like 1 year in Brazil, 1 year in France, where all of us could meet and chat live, because it's like 90% more pleasure than on this virtual event. And we're still waiting for Sasha, so I could tell you about my personal experience working with him. It was very good. I spent in total about like 3 months in Strasbourg. So Sasha at that time, and I believe now, he's the head of the best cheminformatics lab in France, although he has a strong competitor in Paris. And his research is always on the cutting edge of one of the modern directions of cheminformatics. So still, he will provide you way better overview than me, but it's funny, when I started in United States in University of North Carolina, one of former Sasha students, now he's a professor in North Carolina State, joined that lab the same day with me. His name is Denis Forge, and that was maybe the most pleasant collaboration with like postdoc collaboration that I ever had. We had a lot of fun. We published a lot of papers, and we came back to France, to Strasbourg together. And I realized that in these 3 months, I had no idea how beautiful the city is. It's always to be introduced to local culture by someone local. The same, I won't be able to appreciate Paraíba that much if Professor Marcos and Professor Francisca will not show me this place and will not help me to like it. Now I'm considering myself like a half Paraibana, if you will. And I see that Sasha. Sasha. Now we could see you. So when you were absent,
no, that's okay. So I'm practically ready. Okay, with my slides. No, it seems okay.
Okay, that's good. So we could see you, we could hear you, we could see the slides. Please go ahead. Bon courage.
Très bien. Okay. Again, sorry for this technical problem. So thank you for inviting me to participate in this interesting symposium. Having received an invitation, I first looked at the map and discovered that Paraíba is pretty far from Strasbourg. And according to Google, the trip would take me 1.5 days roughly. It's too long, and that's why for the first time I prefer this online option. And then I started to discover Paraíba more, found the map of province, then more close map of the campus. Even, looking more precisely, I found the organizers and some participants of this conference. And actually my interest to geography is not surprising, because today I will speak about chemography, some sort of chemical geography. which, to my opinion, is an efficient approach to handle big data in chemistry. So nowadays, chemistry generates a lot of data, and this slide gives you an idea how large the data are. So thus, the number of molecules in public databases varies from 10 to 8 to 10 to 11. In the databases of commercially available compounds, up to 10 to 9, and in proprietary collections of large pharmaceutical companies, up to 10, 20, even very last number is 10 to 26. And most of these collections contain virtual compounds resulted from eventual chemical reactions between existing building blocks. And therefore, they can be synthesized with high probability. Notice that the number of approved drugs is pretty small. It's 10 to 4 compared to these very large numbers. Why do we need such large chemical collections? In fact, they are required in order to increase a chance to discover useful compounds in course of virtual screening campaigns involving various cheminformatics models. One of the solutions to handle big data was suggested by Tudor Oprea, now professor in New Mexico, United States. He suggested, similar to geography, to use chemography approach in order to build special maps describing structure and property of molecules. The question arises how such maps could be constructed. In cheminformatics, a molecule can be characterized by an ensemble of useful numbers called molecular descriptors, which can be derived directly from molecular structures. Thus, for each molecule, one can generate a vector based on descriptors, which represent some sort of molecular fingerprint. Such vectorial representation of molecules is widely used to preparation of predictive models with the help of different machine learning methods. Notice that more than 5,000 types of descriptors have been reported in the literature so far. So in such a way, each molecule can be represented as an object in n-dimensional chemical space defined by molecular descriptors. Since we are not able to visualize an object in n-dimensional space, we need to reduce this space to 2 or maximum 3 dimensions. There exists a lot of various methods of dimensionality reduction. And the data distribution on the map into dimensions clearly depends on the methods which we want to apply. This is illustrated on this slide, which shows the data distribution in two-dimensional space obtained with 15 different methods for a model data sets containing 100 actives and 100 inactives with respect to acetylcholinesterase receptor. So, because of some reasons, we chosen a method which is called generative topographic mapping, or simply GTM. I wouldn't like to give you boring mathematical details of the algorithm, but anyway, I would like just to notice that GTM generates not only the positions of objects in two-dimensional space, but also a data probability distributions, both in the initial space of n descriptors and such called latent data space on the map. And for particular molecule, the probability distribution looks like an ink drop spread on the paper sheet. This is it shows the probability distribution on this map, and the center of gravity of this distribution corresponds to the positioning of the object on the map. So technically, this allows to describe this molecule by a vector corresponding to probability values in the nodes of the rectangular grid overlapped, superposed with the map. And this is some sort of descriptors. And what is interesting that when we project many molecules on the map, the entire data set, whatever its size is, can also be encoded by such a cumulative probability vector having the same dimension. Okay, but this is some sort of mathematical details for those which are interested in some technical implementations. But anyway, I would like to notice that this probabilistic approach, probabilistic nature of topographic maps allows one to generate, to change a paradigm of data representations. Instead of focusing on each particular object, one can consider the data probability distribution. For instance, if you study the forests in the scale of the planet, a consideration of forest distribution, that's on the bottom, is more relevant than consideration of each particular tree. Well, certainly, changing the scale of the map, we can finally reach the each individual tree. What I will show you in my presentation, so we can generate data presentation for millions of compounds, and finally change the scale. We can look at particular chemical structures. Okay, just before going to examples, I would like to define some important terms of data representation, such called chemical landscapes. Let's consider a set of organic molecules which complex the potassium and copper cations in water. This is diverse data set. You know, there are some cyclic and cyclic molecules bearing different functional groups. So their map in two-dimensional space looks like this. And in order to interpret this map, we need to add the third axis, which characterizes the chemical activity of this species. Namely, as activity, we will consider stability constant of, in this case, lutetium in water. So in this landscape, molecules which well complex the cation populate mountain areas, and those which are weak binders populate the valleys. Okay, and you can easily interpret this. You know, the high binders, good binders, they possess many acid functions, and then in water it creates a negatively charged species which are effective against positively charged metal cations. So when we use as a third axis the activity, the complexation constant for another cation, for copper cation, this landscape changes, and the mountain areas are populated by good copper binders. And then we can, again, once more, use another third axis. We make take a difference between stability constants of two cations, showing the selectivity of complexation. So, and then we'll find highly selective molecules to copper or highly selective to lutetium cations. So, interestingly, so what does it mean? So, for the same data distribution, we can prepare several activity landscapes. And then these activity landscapes can be presented in 2 dimensions. So here you will see the activity landscape for lutetium, in which each line corresponds to particular complexation constant, and red line separates areas populated by weak and strong binders. Okay, another type of landscape, such called class landscapes, characterizes the categories of 2 different categories of the objects. In this case, this map shows the antiviral compounds from the camel database. So this map accommodates more than 1.7 million compounds, where red areas are populated exclusively inactive compounds, and blue areas are populated exclusively active areas. And intermediate colors are populated by mixtures, actives and inactives. And also this map contains some empty areas which are not populated at all. So this color code shows the probability of a compound to be active or inactive. So class landscape. Interestingly, that these landscapes can be used as a predictive models. So for any new compound projected on activity landscape, the algorithm predicts the activity value. Whereas for the same molecule projected on the class landscape, the algorithm predicts a category. The molecule is more active or more inactive. Okay. So this slide shows an example of, illustrates this. This example shows 4 molecules projected on the class landscape. Red color corresponds to active areas and blue color are inactives. So, using particular mathematics, namely Bayes' equation for probability calculations, so we may discover that molecule which projected in the area populated by inactive molecules of the training set is has a more chance to be predicted as inactive. 2 molecules which drops into areas populated by active molecules predicted by actives, and 1 molecule which is projected in the empty space is more cannot be predicted. So it is considered to be out of the model's applicability domain. Okay, now I would like to turn to another kind of objects, such called local and universal maps. The difference is very essential. A local map focuses on one biological target and is able to predict only one type of activity. This contrasts with a universal map, considered several biological activities simultaneously. Universal maps, now I would like to speak more about universal map. So what do we expect from this such called universal map? This map is expected to accommodate variety of known chemotypes, to be able to distinguish different activity classes, to separate actives and inactives within a given activity class, and to be neighborhood behavior compliant, which means that molecules grouped together from this map are expected to display similar activities. Important role of universal map is to delineate a frame of considered drug-like space. Similarly, as a line map outlines the contours of the continent. As soon as these contours are defined, any particular content can be added. For instance, the world map here can show highly prospective mineral regions, or gold production by country, or any other property which, let's say, corresponds to our world. Okay. Now I would like to speak about our tool. So we built a universal map for chemical space. This was an idea when we started to work in chemography. And this universal map is supposed to define a frame of biologically relevant chemical space. It has been constructed on the molecules from the chemo database, more than 1.7 million compounds, and it is able to predict more than 700 biological activities using class landscapes for particular targets, which are shown on this slide. So this universal map is a basis of the tool which we built in the lab, which is called ChemSpace Atlas. This tool accommodates more than 1.5 billion structures and assembles more than 40,000 hierarchically related maps of different scale, and more than 1.5 million of activity landscapes. This atlas actually allows user to perform data visualization, search, subset selections, automatized extraction of maximal common substructures, to perform scaffold analysis, and also to project new structures and to calculate their pharmacological profiling, means a set of activities against more than 700 biological targets. ChemSpace Atlas consists of 4 main parts. First, screening compounds, mostly compounds from the zinc database, commercially available compounds, collection of building blocks, natural products, and DNA encoded libraries. Let me now demonstrate the function of the atlas on the case study concerning discovery of synthetic analogs of natural products. So we suppose that natural products is expensive, and the idea is to find its cheap synthetic analogs which can be purchased and then, let's say, used in the experiments. So the query molecule is projected on the map, which accommodates 2 overlapping databases. The database of natural products, it's coconut, containing more than 250,000 natural products, and more than 500,000 the synthetic analogs from commercial database zinc. So altogether, we considered more than 800,000 molecules. Here on this map, the zones populated exclusively by natural products are colored in black, whereas those populated by synthetic compounds are colored in red. Okay, so now next slide shows how the tool works in order to analyze environment of the query molecule in the chemical space. So first, this is an interface. So first we need to enter the structure in the smiles. So now we add an editor of structure. So we submit the tool, so it does some standardization of molecules and generate conformal, etc. And then it allows to visualize the first map. So this map, again, black natural compounds, red commercial structure, and this our molecules, the molecules is situated on the kernel on the left, on the bottom, and this kernel corresponds to molecules to the mixture. It's populated by mixture of natural compounds and their synthetic analogs. So we can look at its environment, and we see that we have quite a lot of neighbors on this map, so more than 16,000, and therefore we need to build another map of smaller scale, so containing a part of this molecule. So, and in this zoomed map, this query is situated in the center of map. Okay, so, okay, so we look again at this at the areas populated by the neighbors. So among the neighbors, we have, for example, here 157 natural products and 540 commercial molecules, and we can then visualize. We can visualize. Oh, I lost a little bit. Yes, we can visualize this all these commercial molecules, and each molecule comes with its zinc identifier. We can click in. We can immediately go to the zinc database and to find the supplier and to maybe to purchase this molecule. But then what is interesting, before making our choice, we can profile each molecule in the neighborhood of our query. So first we can profile each molecule. So the first molecule, visually we see that all these molecules are a bit similar to the query, and this molecule is active again monoamine oxidase B, like a query molecule. So most of these molecules are they predicted to have similar activity as a query, which is good, but some actually are active against several biological targets. So we can also have the profiling by target. So for each target, the Campbell target IDs are given on the left. We can select the active ligands, or predicted as active. You know, their numbers are given on the right, and we can extract the list of these structures. So in such a way, the end user, the normal medicinal chemist actually, may have immediately all this information and make his or her choice with respect to molecules which can be analogs and cheap analogs of pretty expensive natural compounds. Okay, now I would like to speak about another study which was published under the intriguing title, Searching for Hidden Treasures. Yeah, actually what we have done, we used a universal map in order to intersect two large databases, Campbell, containing more than 1.7 million biologically relevant molecules, and zinc, containing more than 1.3 billion compounds. And what actually we expected? So we expected in zinc to find chemotypes which were never tested biologically. And on the other hand, we wanted also to Campbell discovered chemotypes missing in commercial data space. Okay, so here is the universal map showing the only 3.5 million molecules, which are such called fragment based. So we using fragment based filters, so we selected the subset, which is anyway large. And then what we see is that most of the areas on the map is colored in green. Green means that intermediate between black, which is colored for Campbell, and zinc, and red, which is colored for zinc. So green areas shows that they are populated by compounds from the both databases. So how we can separate molecules belonging to exclusively for one or another database? So for this purpose, we need to prepare another map of different scale, of smaller scale, for each particular area. This is a zoom number level 1, which incorporates 82,000 molecules, but it's still too much in order to separate the two classes. So we need to go to another zoom. So we zoom particular areas, so prepare another series of maps, and each of these maps contain 4,000-5,000 molecules only. And here we can identify particular zones which are only red or brown. These are zinc compounds, or zones colored only in black, which are chemical compounds. And then the special algorithms are integrated in the tool, allows to select automatically maximal common substructures of compounds specific for Campbell or for zinc. So this is, you see this substructure, and popularity means the number of molecules having this common motif. So in such a way, we were able to select some 20,000 chemical-specific chemotypes absent in zinc database. And this substructure represents potential source of inspiration for the companies which want to enrich their portfolio. And on the other hand, more than 100,000 zinc-specific chemotypes absent in Campbell can be used as a novelty guide for further screening campaigns. Okay, now I would like to turn the page and to consider application of chemography to discover new biologically active compounds in virtual screening procedures. The workflow is rather simple. The compounds from a chemical database are projected on the map, which predicts their activity. And then only useful structures hits are retained. So I will demonstrate efficiency of this approach on two case studies. The first one is devoted to design of new bromodomain inhibitors. Bromodomain receptor regulates expression of target genes involved in cellular growth and inflammations, and these genes play an important role in development and progression of cancer. So in this context, so we look for some sort of anti-cancer active compounds. So this work has been performed in collaboration with colleagues from Ukraine, from Yanamin company and Taras Shevchenko University of Kyiv. So just looking at the PDB structures, we can notice that the typical ligand forms only one hydrogen bond with bromodomain binding site. Such a little specificity of ligands is a real challenge for computer-aided design of new ligands. So, okay, so briefly speaking, we used a generative topographic map along with some other common informatics tools to screen large amine database containing more than 2 million compounds. Then, after this virtual screening, some 3,000 compounds were retained and sent to experimental validation, which actually discovered 29 confirmed actives. And then one of these, the best one is shown on this slide. And when you project these actives on the generated topographic map, this map is here, so red areas are corresponds to actives, you may see that the data points, the compounds found as actives, they are mostly projected in this to this red area. So this map nicely identify separates active and inactive compounds. So another study was made in collaboration with Chumakov Research Center in Moscow. This, they, by the fact, they discovered one of vaccines against COVID. But this study was devoted not to CoV-2 virus, but to some sort of flavivirus genus, which includes the dengue virus, tick-borne encephalitis virus, Zika virus, and several other viruses which may cause encephalitis. So at the first step, we selected from the literature more than 3.5 flavivirus active compounds and studied compounds against so actives and inactives, and we made a map. And then this map was used to screen more than 480,000 compounds from inter-bioscreen database. And then this visual screening with a generated topographic map resulted in 44 hits, which were then examined experimentally. And then experimental validation shown that 23 out of these 44 compounds tested were active. This is excellent success rate, and not only active, but also not toxic. So the details are published 2 years ago in Molecular Informatics. So you can, people interested in this, in antiviral compounds may find the details. Okay, and then actually when we look at the, more precisely at the molecules, you know, some of these results can be interpreted, but for some of them, the mode of action can hardly be established. But anyway, with the help of generated topographic maps, we discovered that they're active anyway. Okay. The final part of my presentation concerns application of chemography together with artificial intelligence tools in order to design new biologically active molecules. So I would like to start to turn from chemistry to the arts, you know, and to remind you a well-known story. 3 years ago, a painting created by artificial intelligence was sold on Christie for almost $500,000. Not bad, and technically, you know, artificial intelligence was trained on more than 15,000 paintings, 14th, 19th centuries, in order to create this new masterpiece. So now I would like to turn to molecules. So similarly, artificial intelligence may learn content of chemical database in order to generate new chemical entities, new molecules, and even new chemical transformations. So today in this presentation, I will show you only application to molecules, although recently we also published a paper which may be of interest of synthetic chemists, showing that new transformation, unseen transformation, can also be predicted, let's say, generated by artificial intelligence. Okay, anyway. So particular tool which we used for generation of new structures is called an autoencoder. It represents a neural network able to reconstruct a given object. So in our case, an object is a molecule encoded by a text string, which is called smiles. So the encoder, the autoencoder, this neural network consists of two parts. The first is encoder and decoder. And the role of encoder is to transform chemical structure into a vector of real numbers called latent variables. And then the decoder part reconstruct these latent vectors, these real numbers, into chemical structures. So as soon as autoencoder is trained, one can generate a new latent vector, which hopefully can lead to new chemical structures. So the question here arises how one can generate a structure possessing, not any structure, but structure possessing desirable property. So in our recent study, we demonstrated how generative topography map, chemography, can be used for this purpose. So technically, technically, an sample of latent vectors for the entire database can be used to build a map on these vectors on which a activity landscape can be constructed. And then a new compounds can be generated using specific areas containing, for example, active compounds. So we can sample and generate new compounds starting from these areas and then decode them to chemical structures. This slide shows an example, actually recently published in, not recent, 2 years ago, published in Journal of Chemical Informatics and Modeling. So, and then we can compare de novo structure designed by artificial intelligence with those which were used for the training existing structures. And what we can actually conclude that generated structures are enriched with new scaffolds. And then we performed docking experiments, which shown that this new structure potentially are good binders of this receptor. In this case, it was A2A adenosine receptor. Interesting is that artificial intelligence can also provide an option of traveling in the chemical space between two completely different chemical structures. This slide shows a trajectory between the starting point, penicillin, and the destination point, ibuprofen, passing through several different intermediate stations, chemical structures. Notice that the structures which are close to the starting point are more similar to penicillin, whereas those close to the destination point are more similar to ibuprofen. So in this case, so artificial intelligence provides with many interesting opportunities for chemistry. So I'm finishing my presentation. As a conclusion, I would like to emphasize that chemography is a very interesting and efficient tool of chemical space exploration. And then I would like to thank for your attention, and I would like also to thank the members of my group in Strasbourg mostly, which actually was working on all these applications. So thank you for your attention.
Yep. Dear Sasha, thanks a lot for your presentation. I do not know how to get the questions from the audience. So if somebody could help me with this, I would appreciate.
Yes, there's a chat.
Yeah, the chat is empty.
And raising hands, optional. If the chat is empty, so people actually they still are sleeping.
Okay, so then I believe something will appear there. I have two questions myself. Regarding the most recent part, as a validation, you did the docking experiments showing the potential interaction, and did you have a chance to do the experiments to this A to A?
No. Actually, A2A is not actually pretty well studied. So we collaborate with some experimental groups on new projects, and I wouldn't like to disclose this information. These studies are in progress, and certainly we need real experimental validation of these artificial intelligence discoveries.
No, I completely agree. Although another study that you presented is 23 out of 46 or something like that. That was extremely high experimental rate. And actually, I have a question in the chat. So let me read it. Is it possible to implement ChemAtlas in a web server? For instance, there are some natural products databases such as Coconut. Is it possible to connect such web servers connect this web server, I believe it means Coconut, to ChemAtlas?
Yeah, the questions on two, actually the answer is positive. So actually ChemAtlas exists as a web server. It does exist as a web server. So we actually now we perform its beta tests, and it open for the public will be announced very soon. Coconut is a part of compounds covered by ChemAtlas, And so certainly we have the link for each compound from coconut, which is in ChemAtlas, we have a link to coconut, back to coconut. So I think people working on natural products can benefit a lot of using ChemAtlas. And they can, they will be able to project their own compounds and to see and to profile them and to see which compounds from the commercial database or from which natural products are close to their queries.
And what is the input that smiles, that's SDF?
Smiles, or now actually we also build the interface. It can just draw the molecules directly on the web page, or perform copy paste simply from any sketcher.
I see. And the continuation, so is it possible to connect others web servers to ChemAtlas?
Which servers?
I'm just reading the question. So
no, in fact, we have all links, to Campbell. If the compounds are annotated in Campbell, we have links to Campbell, to zinc, or to coconut.
So that's the three major databases.
So any public database which we mentioned in ChemAtlas, actually the compound has cross links.
Thanks. So that's another one. ChemAtlas is more based on data related to ligand-based drug discovery or structure-based drug discovery. I understand that ligand-based drug discovery contribution
let's say
is much more evident.
ChemAtlas itself describes structures, but the way the profiling tools implemented in ChemAtlas, these are tools for ligand-based for sure. Yes. Certainly the structure.
Right, because you deal with the small molecules, certainly.
No. It's simply because the structure of biological receptors are not considered. We consider only the activity, experimental data on activity of the molecules, but not, let's say, binding sites, etc.
Yeah. How do you consider the ionization state of the compounds at physiological pH in your screening?
Yes. So it is. So we perform for each compound, for each entry. So we use for the moment we use Chemaxon tools for tautomerization and for protonation in at physiological pH, and then it helps us to calculate the molecular descriptors. So molecular descriptors, and then which means the positioning of the compound on the map depends on protonation state.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. And then I just would like to thank you again for very interesting talk. It was pretty inspiring, and Professor Marcus and I developed a database of natural products here in Paraíba. So it would be interesting to map them to ChemAtlas and to see what will happen. We may get back to you about this. And please go ahead.
So, I mean, you're very welcome. Eugene, Marcus, you and any colleague from Paraíba are very welcome to Strasbourg. And on my hand, if, let's say, these COVID restrictions are already passed, so I would be happy to perform 1.5 day trip from Strasbourg to Paraíba to show how to demonstrate your ChemSpace Atlas.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hopefully one day this would be easy, finally. Yeah, although it's 1.5 day. And with that, I would like to thank you again, and I will pass the lead to Professor Isaac, who is our next Professor Isaac Almeida de Medeiros from UFPB, to present our next speaker. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Murik. and a very clear presentation of Professor Warneck. Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to me to introduce Dr. Valérie Skinny-Kert. She's from Université de Strasbourg, Strasbourg University. She got her PhD in cellular and molecular pharmacology with Professor Jean-Claude Stoclet. She made a postdoctoral training at the Department of Physiology and Biophysics. She worked with Dr. Paul Van Hout at the Mayo Clinic, Minnesota. And she published more than 220 papers, more than 40 book chapters and reviews. She speaks 3 languages, French, German, and English. The major research interests focus of her lab focus on the study of the cardiovascular system in health and disease, with particular interest on the pivotal protective role of endothelial cells mediated by the generation of potent vasoprotective factors, including nitric oxide and endothelium-derived hyperpolarization factor. A major aim of her lab is to characterize mechanisms underlying the development of endothelium dysfunction, such as endothelial senescence, premature endothelial senescence, and to identify novel targets and strategies for prevention and treatment of cardiovascular diseases, including molecules derived from natural products. So it's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Valérie. She will present potential of natural products to target senescent endothelial cells to restore vascular protection. So thank you very much. And okay.
Thank you, Professor Isaac, for this very nice introduction and for your kind invitation to contribute to this symposium. I hope everybody is okay. We have a difference in time zone. We are now 1:15 p.m. You are still very early, so I will try to speak not too fast so that everybody will be able to follow. What I would like to do today is give you an overview of what is, of course, our population nowadays is getting more and more older. And you can see here the pyramid of age, and you can see that from the 1950s up to 2010, 2050, there is a big increase in age of a certain proportion of our population. And you can see that it is expected in 2050 that high numbers of people will reach, we get older than 70 compared to what we had in the 50s. Of course, with increasing age, we have the goal is, of course, to have a healthy aging. And you know that there are several pathologies which contribute, of course, to the increased risk of getting older. And you can see here, when you look at data from the World Health Organization, the leading cause of death still remains disease related to the cardiovascular system, like ischemic heart disease, #1, stroke, #2. And you can see those are, of course, non-communicable diseases. We also, when we look what has a major impact if you get premature aging associated with a premature increased risk, you can see here, you can see here that with increasing age from 55 and higher, you can see the green line when you have almost no additional risk factor except aging. If you have one risk factor is not optimal, your risk will be increased and will be further increased if you have one elevated risk factor, one major risk factor, and more than 2 risk factors. So we get a premature increased risk with the presence of cardiovascular risk factors, and we will see in a few minutes what are those risk factors. We also know here some data published relatively recently in JACC in 2020. You can see that cardiovascular disease is the leading burden for cardiovascular, global burden for mortality. You can see that the number of deaths between the 90s and almost 2020 was increased by 1.5-fold. It was even a further duplication of the prevalence between 90 and 2020. And you can see that the years lived with disability is also almost doubling between in 30 years. This is mostly due to stroke, which means that cardiovascular disease is still a very important health problem, which also means we have to better understand what are the underlying mechanisms, and of course, how can we retard the development of cardiovascular disease. And when we look in cardiovascular disease, what are the pathologies which contribute, you can see that the major proportion is linked to ischemic heart disease, mostly affecting the coronary circulation. Almost 50% is linked to ischemic heart disease, ischemic stroke 17.7%, and intracerebral hemorrhage by 15.5%. So those are the major leading causes. When we go back to ischemic heart disease, or what is the pathology underlying, it's mostly the development of an atherosclerotic plaque. You can see here the schematic. This development of atherosclerosis is actually a very early event because the early lesions, the fatty strike, have been observed in the coronary circulation of children before 10 years of age. So it's a very early event. Of course, it has no clinical consequences, but what you were able to see that there is a modification of the endothelial function very early on. You can see here that very early on, there is an endothelial dysfunction appearing, which is characterized by oxidative stress, by loss of nitric oxide, which is the major vasoprotective factor. We'll see later on why. And it is associated with the infiltration of monocytes into the arterial wall, and under presence of oxidative stress, LDL also being taken up by the arterial wall, the monocytes will be converted into active macrophage, and macrophage will ingurgitate. We have an uptake of oxidized LDL, which is uncontrolled and which leads to the formation of foam cells, which then will accumulate in the subendothelium. We have the endothelial cells here at the luminal level, and they will form the lipid core of an atherosclerotic plaque. And the problem of the plaque, of course, it will reduce the lumen and hence decrease blood flow. But this can actually, it's not the most important point because you can live quite normally even if you reduce the lumen by 65%. What could be a major problem if you have a plaque erosion or rupture, then the blood will get in contact with the subendothelium, which is thrombogenic, and this will lead to the formation of a thrombus, and this thrombus, of course, can fill up the remaining blood vessel and stop blood flow, and then you have classic signs of acute coronary syndrome. And of course, if a part of the thrombus can be broken up and continue with the remaining blood flow, it can go to the brain if you have a county blood rupture, and this can of course lead to stroke, so it can have major consequences. And you can see that under normal conditions, the development of atherothrombotic plaques at risk starts from the 8th decade to have consequences. But of course, the more risk factor the person will have, the earlier will be the development of these atherothrombotic events. And when we looked at the endothelial dysfunction, which is actually a very early indicator that your cardiovascular system has already been impacted, here you can see an indicator, which is the forearm blood flow. This is a good indicator of how healthy are your endothelial cells. And you can see when you administer acetylcholine directly in the forearm, in the brachial artery, you can see an increase in blood flow. This is due, we know, to the release mostly of nitric oxide. And you can see the vasodilatation observed in young subjects, less than 30 years of age. And you can see already a couple of years later, 31 to 45 years, you have a significant decrease of this flow, forearm blood flow in response to acetylcholine. And it even gets further decreased. You can see 46, 60 years, you have already a huge impairment of the endothelial function. And here, 60 years of age, we lost 2/3 of the function of endothelial cells. And this is definitely an endothelial dysfunction, an alteration hitting the endothelium, because when you do this, administer sodium nitroprusside and nitric oxide donor, you can see that at all age almost, there is a very similar vasodilatation in response to sodium nitrite, indicating that this decreased response to acetylcholine is due to an impairment, a dysfunction of the function of endothelial cells. We also know that the cardiovascular burden is attributable to modifiable risk factors. This is something very important to know. They are modifiable. That means you can, if you change somehow your way of living, you may decrease this risk and prevent premature aging of your endothelium. And you can see the modifiable risk factors are, of course, active smoking, a high body mass index, metabolic syndrome, obesity, little physical activity, an unhealthy diet, or elevated biochemical markers like cholesterol, blood glucose, and also increased systolic blood pressure, hypertension. And you can see here some data from the United States. You can see when you look at the 7 modifying parameters, you can see they have been classified here. That data are for the children from 12 to 19, but it's exactly the same in adults. You can see the 7 modifiable factors. You can see either they are classified as population has an ideal state, an intermediate, or poor. And it's very easily to see that among those 7 modifying factors, the one which is the most unbalanced is the diet, the healthy diet score. You can see that ideal, less than 1% of those children have a healthy ideal diet. 8.3% have an intermediate diet, and 91.6%, the vast majority, have actually a very poor healthy diet. And this point, the diet is a very key factor for the health status, can be observed in this review with beautiful schematic and very simplifying the message. If you have an unhealthy food intake, for example, high sodium, high calorie, high glucose, what is happening? You will have an increased sympathetic nervous system activity, an increased activation of the angiotensin system, not only the classic one, the vascular one, but also the tissue angiotensin system in the heart, in the arterial wall. And of course, increased formation of angiotensin 2 will promote, by activating NADPH oxidase, will promote oxidative stress, will promote cardiac and vascular remodeling. And angiotensin 2 is a very important trigger of endothelial dysfunction. That means your endothelial cells will no longer be able to respond in an adequate manner, producing an inappropriate, too low production of nitric oxide, or nitric oxide may be destroyed by oxidative stress. In addition, this unhealthy diet is also associated with an abdominal fat development, and you know that the fat tissue, especially the one in the visceral fat, will produce pro-inflammatory adipokines, which will further act on the heart, on the blood vessels to impair the function of those organs. Now, what is in contrast the healthy food? The healthy food, maybe you have already heard, the dietary approach to stop hypertension diet has been very nicely evaluated in the United States, and the Europeans have very beautiful data using the Mediterranean diet, which is kind of the food which is taken mostly by people living around the Mediterranean Sea. This kind of food is a food with low calorie diet, low sodium, rich in fruit, rich in vegetables, and also with a regular consumption of fish, and generally a limited consumption of meat, especially red meat. And this is associated with a normalization of the sympathetic nervous system activity, and also you don't see a high activity of the local and the vascular angiotensin systems, which will have an impact on the T cells, will remain functional, produce nitric oxide as necessary, and of course there is no or very little abdominal fat formation and of course then decreased formation of adipokines, having a negative impact on the cardiovascular system. Now here I want to share with you some of the data showing that the diet, what kind of food you eat, has a very strong impact on this cardiovascular risk. Here is actually published in 2013 in the New England Journal of Medicine by Professor Estrup from Barcelona and colleagues. First study showing it's a primary prevention study showing the impact of the Mediterranean diet on cardiovascular disease. They involved more than 7,000 persons. They were at high cardiovascular risk, but were free of any cardiovascular disease or event. And when they looked, the study was up to 5 years, and they had either a classic controlled diet or a diet which is closer to the Mediterranean diet, enriched either in nuts or extra virgin olive oil. And what they were able to see very early on, there's a difference between the curve, the controlled diet, and the Mediterranean type-like diet. And they were able to observe a 30% reduction of the relative risk of cardiovascular disease in those patients at high cardiovascular risk, but without any event. And it was highly significant with a 30% reduction. Here's another study. This time it's a study which has been performed in China. It involved more than 500,000 of adults between 30 to 79 years of age. And they looked at cardiovascular death and major coronary events as a function of the number of portion of foods taken per month. And they were able to show that in cardiovascular health, that the more portions of food were consumed, there was a pronounced decrease in the risk of cardiovascular death and also of major coronary events. And what is very interesting in this study, when you look carefully, you can see that if you consume 31 portions per month, which means 1 portion of food per day during the whole month, they were able to observe a 37% reduction of cardiovascular death, a huge benefit. Of course, it's a special population. It is a population in China, and it seems that they do not eat, at least this population, they do not eat on a regular basis food, which means the data observed will not fit for South American people, for Brazilian people, but also not for the Europeans. But still, we can see that even in this population, a 1 portion of food per day has a huge benefit on cardiovascular system. Now, how can we explain that having a more Mediterranean type of diet, or a diet rich in food and vegetable, has such a huge impact on the cardiovascular system? I'm sure that you are all aware that the endothelial cells lining the luminal surface of all blood vessels is actually a very important organ, And it has been estimated that for an adult of 70 kilograms, if you put all on the tear cells next to each other, you will cover an area which is similar to a soccer field. So it's a very huge surface. And the weight of all these endothelial cells is similar to the weight of the liver. So it is a very important organ. And it is so important not only because it's lining the whole cardiovascular system, and of course controlling the exchange between circulating blood and the underlying arterial wall, but mostly because it responds to a lot of different circulating factors or mechanical stress like shear stress. We know that these factors, they activate endothelial cells, they stimulate endothelial endosyntase, which will convert L-arginine to nitric oxide. And nitric oxide, it is a radical, it has a short half-life. It will diffuse towards the underlying smooth muscle cells to decrease vascular tone, to prevent their migration and proliferation, prevent vascular remodeling. But nitric oxide has also a very important effect at the lumen of endothelial cells, where it prevents monocyte recruitment, activation, expression of pro-inflammatory cells, or premature aging of endothelial cells, you will see later on. And since the end of the 90s, we have more and more data indicating that not only endogenous factors, hormones, autogrid, physical stress can activate endothelial cells to produce NO, but we now also know that compounds provided by food, by vegetables, by food, are actually also able to activate endothelial nanosyntase to produce NO and induce exactly similar protective effects on the cardiovascular system. The most studied products, natural products, are cocoa, red wine polyphenols, berry anthocyanins, green tea polyphenols, and I would like to share with you some of our investigation on this topic. It started at the beginning of 2000, end of the 90s, where we were able in France, we had a program called Vin et Santé, Wine and Health, and we were able to receive from the French Ministry of Agriculture a red wine extract from a wine from the southwestern part of France. So it's only the polyphenols which are tested, the red wine polyphenols, and we tested whether or not this mixture of polyphenols has an effect on blood vessels. So here are isolated porcine coronary artery rings. They were either suspended in organ chamber and they were intact with endothelium, or we mechanically removed the endothelium. And you can see once the blood vessel, the artery rings is contracted, we are increasing concentration of red wine polyphenols. We are able to see 100% relaxation here at 10 to minus 2 grams per liter. If you do the same thing in vessels without endothelium, you can see at 10 to minus 2 almost no effect. It is the polyphenols activate endothelial cells. And when we look what are the mechanisms involved, you can see concentration-dependent relaxation with increasing concentration of polyphenols, with nearly a maximal relaxation at 10 to 30 micrograms per ml. And actually, this is a very interesting information we can get from this curve, because you can see that about 50% of the relaxation is observed by about 3 micrograms per ml. And this is actually the concentration of polyphenol of monomers you can find in blood of a patient after intake of a glass of red wine. So the concentration you need to intake of red wine seems not to be so high to reach a level of polyphenols able to induce an effect on endothelial cells. When you look what is the underlying mechanism, we use nitrile arginine. This is a compound, a tool, a pharmacological reagent we use to inhibit nitric oxide synthase. And you can see in the presence of nitrile arginine, the relaxation is significantly impaired, indicating nitric oxide is involved. We also use 2 toxins, caridotoxin and apamine, to inhibit the endothelium-dependent hyperpolarization component. And you can see we also get significant inhibition. Now, if we inhibit NO formation and the hyperpolarization response, you can see that the relaxation disappears. That means the red wine polyphenols stimulate cause endothelium-dependent relaxation via nitric oxide and endothelium-dependent hyperpolarization, which means natural products can do exactly the same on the endothelial cells as endogenous activators like bradykinin, like thrombin, like shear stress to activate endothelial cells to produce NO and the endothelium-dependent hyperpolarization. We are also interested, of course, we are pharmacologists. We don't want to promote red wine drinking, so we were able to we investigated whether the grape is the activity is associated with the food, the grape, and not with the maturation of the grape juice or the contact with oat bars. And when we studied a grape juice, this is a Concord grape juice with a high level of polyphenols, about 2 grams per liter, and the red wine we tested was 2.9 grams per liter. You can see that the grape juice was also able to induce full endothelium-dependent relaxation, which is the red curve. It's exactly the same curve in all 3 panels here. And we said, okay, let's look about different sources of polyphenols from fruits, red and dark fruits. And here we studied 13 different fruits, either purees or juices, which are used by the food industry in Europe. And you can see that actually we identify 5 products which are inducing greater relaxation than the grape juice. And these products, of course, are extremely interesting if you want to protect your endothelial cells and increase the formation of NO to better protect the cardiovascular system. They were the aronia berry, the blackcurrant, the blueberry, the cranberry, and the lingonberry you find in Scandinavia or in northern part of the United States. We also investigated here in the middle panel 3 products: apple, raspberry, strawberry with less activity. And here we have 4 products: boysenberry, blackberry, acerola, elderberry, with very little activity. And again, these findings were very surprising because all the 13 products had high levels of polyphenol, higher between 2 to 8 grams per liter, quite high levels. And you can see some had almost no activity and some had very pronounced activity. So it is not the amount of polyphenols present, but it is the quality, which type of polyphenol. And this, of course, is very attractive because maybe you can find some interesting products which can be developed for cardiovascular health. Here we went further to characterize the mechanism underlying this polyphenol-induced activation of endothelial cells, and we studied. Of course, we had some data with the red wine extract, but this is a very, very complex mixture of products, more than 1,000, most are not even known. So we focus mostly on the blackcurrant extract, because blackcurrant extract, you have 4 major anthocyanins, which you will see later, which represent about 95% of the polyphenols present in blackcurrant. And this is very interesting. I will show you a little bit what kind of data we're able to collect. First, to show you that the blackcurrant extract, like the red wine extract, also causes strict endothelium-dependent relaxation, 100% strong inhibitor of vascular tone in your testing vascular activity. You can see on the right hand here, we studied the effect of the blackcurrant extract on endothelial cells, cultured coronary endothelial cells, and we looked at the formation of nitric oxide using this probe, DAF-FN, which can be used to quantify NO formation. And you can see when we exposed endothelial cells to bradykinin, a physiological activator, we got about a 1.89-fold increase of NO formation. And with the blackcurrant extract, we were able to increase also to a similar extent as the physiological activity, the production of NO. And this increase is indeed nitric oxide, which is detected by the probe, because if you incubate your cells with the eNOS inhibitor, nitroarginine, you can see that you almost abolish the formation of NO in response to bradykinin and the blackcurrant extract indicating NO formation. Thus, natural products like the blackcurrant extract can produce induce a strong formation of nitric oxide, similar to physiological agonists like bradykinin. We also, of course, were interested to see what kind of products are actually sold in the supermarket world. Of course, everybody is making shopping in the supermarket. And so what we did, we bought different fruit juices. Those are blackcurrant juices, which are sold in the local supermarkets. And we tested the activity of those products to have an idea about the quality of the products we buy at the supermarket. Here you can see the 6 different blackcurrant juices. You can see that we have more a 10-fold difference in the biological activity. And with some low-priced products, actually we did not even see any relaxation at all, indicating most likely that the polyphenol level is very, very low in those products. We also looked in collaboration with Dr. Joël Pasmay from the University of Liège in Belgium. The biological activity here, it has expressed as the maximal relaxation, or the 50% or the maximal relaxation at 0.5 and 1% of the juice, whether they were linked to the antioxidant activity of the juice. And actually there was no correlation linked to the antioxidant activity of the juice, as estimated as ORAC or DBPH or ascorbic acid or total phenolics, no correlation. However, there was a very strong, nice correlation with the total anthocyanins and the individual anthocyanins present in the blackcurrant juice. So it's really the molecules, the different types of polyphenols, and in particular the anthocyanins, are linked to the biological activity. Quercetin also was very poorly, no association or correlation to. It is the anthocyanins which harbor the biological activity. We also characterize how can active polyphenols actually activate the endothelial synthase, and we stumbled in some surprising data, but not expected, around 2005. What we see here, it's the Concord grape juice induced relaxation, 100% control. And you can see that when we scavenge, when we inactivate the intracellular formation of superoxide anion, we very strongly reduce this endothelium-dependent relaxation. Also, when we destroy hydrogen peroxide using the polyethylene catalase, which is an intracellular catalase, able to enter cells, you can see that the relaxation was markedly inhibited, whereas extracellular SOD and catalase had no effect. So it seems that there is it is a redox-sensitive mechanism, and that intracellular in endothelial cells, oxidative stress is involved in activating pathway leading to enos activation. And actually, you are able to identify these pathways. You can see here we tested redox-sensitive kinases, like the SARC kinase, here PP2, an inhibitor of SARC kinase, very strongly decreased the relaxation, and workmanin is an inhibitor of redox-sensitive PI3 kinase, also markedly decreased. We are further able to get further evidence for this pathway, analyzing cultured endothelial cells. We put the Concord grape juice on those endothelial cells, and you can see within 1 minute, very fast phosphorylation of SARC at the activator site, which is followed by phosphorylation of AKT. And AKT is well known to phosphorylate serine 1177, which is the activator site of endothelial enosynthase. Moreover, you can see that the phosphorylation of SARC AKT enos induced by the Concord grape juice was markedly reduced by polyethylene glycol SOD, an intracellular form of SOD, and MNTLP-YP, which is a membrane analog of SOD, suggesting that superoxide anions are involved in the phosphorylation of SARC, AKT, and enos, mostly because they are required to activate these redox-sensitive kinases. We also were able to see here at the activation of enos, here you have a quantification using the inhibitor of SARC, inhibitor of PI3 kinase, and you can see that both very strongly reduce the activator signal of our ammonia juice here. You can see reduction of ATT phosphorylation and reduction of enos phosphorylation. Next, we were also interested, like we know that shear stress not only activates enos very rapidly within minutes, but also cause a long-term upregulation of endothelial enos synthase to cause a long-term increased formation of NO to optimally to protect the cardiovascular system in the best conditions, a little bit more NO in a sustained manner. And when we look what is the long-term effect of polyphenols, here data with the purple grape juice, we were able to see that following a couple of hours of exposure of endothelial cells to the Concord grape juice, there was an upregulation of enos mRNA. Here at 8 and at 24 hours, we're able to see an increased level of enos protein, 8 and 24 hours. And this resulted in 24 hours with an increased production, a sustained formation of nitric oxide in response to Concord grape juice. So we have a very similar profile as that observed with shear stress, which again is the best profile to protect your cardiovascular system. A little bit NO for long term and not just a bolus for half an hour and then nothing. So in conclusion, for this part of our data, you can see that anthocyanin-rich products, you can see ammonia, blackcurrant, blueberry, the Concord grape juice are part of those. They cause redox-sensitive stimulus to activate redox-sensitive kinase, the SARC periphery kinase, which activates AKT, and AKT leads to phosphorylation at enos at 1177 to stimulate NO formation. This is a response which develops in less than 1 minute and persists for a couple of hours. What's happening at a longer time period, the redox-sensitive stimulus will also cause activation of the SARC periphery kinase pathway and the MAP kinase pathway P38 and JNK kinase to increase enos expression. And of course, if you have more enos protein, you will have an increased formation of NO in a sustained manner, which is an optimal profile to protect your cardiovascular system. Now, the situation is a little bit more complicated when you look carefully in the cardiovascular system. Where does the risk come from? We know that atherosclerotic plaques, they don't develop all over your cardiovascular system. There are very special spots which are atherosclerotic prone. They are more susceptible to the development of atherosclerotic plaques. And you can see here in the coronary circulation, this is a very nice schematic, you can see where the dark color here, the black color, are the sites at high risk for the development of a plaque. And you can see that the black surfaces are always localized at bifurcations. At bifurcation, but also at curvature. Now, what is so special at bifurcations and at the curvature? You can see here in this schematic, at bifurcations like the inner curvature, or here again, what is these areas which are highly susceptible to atherothrombosis, they are characterized by disturbed blood flow. They don't have a laminar blood flow, it is disturbed, and a low shear stress. But remember, shear stress is the most important activator of endothelial cells to stimulate NO formation, which means the sites exposed to low shear, like in red here, they are characterized by an unoptimal formation of nitric oxide, which means they are not well protected, and that's will of course promote the development of atherosclerotic plaques. We know also that those atheroprone sites, they are characterized by pro-inflammatory and pro-thrombotic markers are overexpressed, you can see here, and that those are highly susceptible regions for the development of plaques. Whereas the blood vessels which are exposed to laminar flow, to high levels of shear stress, you will stimulate NO formation and they are mostly protected. And what we also know is that the atheroprone sites here, they are characterized by premature senescence of endothelial cells. You can see here on the T cells in the inner curvature, they have stained blue when we do when you look for the senescence associated beta-galactosidase activity, a hallmark marker of senescence. You can see the cells in the inner curvature are stained much more blue than cells in the outer curvature. And you can see it here on the cross, the inner curvature, you have a lot of blue color compared to what we have in the outer. That means indeed this inner curvature, you will have premature development of endothelial senescence compared to the outer curvature or to laminar flow exposed blood vessels. And this premature senescence here is actually associated with a high expression level of pro-inflammatory marker, like indicated here in red, VCAM1 expression, whereas the outer curvature, less senescence, very little expression of VCAM protected. That means these sites are the sites at risk, which means why is this endothelial senescence so important? We know that on endothelial senescence, the cell shape changes. Here, senescent cells stained by beta-galactosidase activity blue compared to healthy endothelial cells. It can be induced, you can see here, by oxidative stress. Oxidative stress is a trigger of premature senescence. And this can be induced by pro-inflammatory markers like angiotensin II, oxidized LDL, high glucose, and pro-inflammatory cytokines. Here are our cardiovascular risk factors, endopathology. They all lead to promote premature senescence, leading to oxidative stress in endothelial cells. As a beta-gal activity, this a hallmark of senescence will appear. We will have expression of senescence marker, P16, P53, P21. Those small proteins are actually inhibitors of cyclin-dependent kinase, and they will stop the proliferation of endothelial cells. Not only do we stop the proliferation of endothelial cells, but we will change dramatically the phenotype. We will impair cellular homeostasis, and you will see a pro-arteriothrombotic state will appear with expression of adhesion molecule, of tissue factor, of pro-inflammatory factor, and this will decrease endothelial immunosynthesis and promote endothelial dysfunction. And you can see here, this was a very elegant study by Kim et al., published in Circulation Research in 2008. They showed that when you use a healthy blood vessel and you re-express P53 using an adenovirus selectively in endothelial, only in endothelial cells. You can see the brown staining here, endothelial cells stained for P53, which is overexpressed in the endothelium, but not in the underlying vascular smooth body. Here you have a beautiful endothelial cells, nicely stained in brown expressing P53. And you can see the control, of course, no P53 expressed. Control vessel has no brown stain. And when you then look at the vascular reactivity of those rings, the ones overexpressed with P53 compared to the control ones, you can see that the control aortic ring is relaxing almost 100% to acetylcholine, whereas the ring expressing P53 selectively on the T cells, you can see a very pronounced endothelial dysfunction. Not only is there an endothelial dysfunction, but also the formation of NO is markedly decreased in those rings with endothelial senescence, indicating that actually endothelial senescence is an upstream effect which leads to the development of endothelial dysfunction. Which then, of course, indicates that endothelial senescence may be a very interesting target if you want to protect the cardiovascular system. Now, of course, the question is, do polyphenols provided by food, are they able to affect the induction of endothelial senescence? And we developed different models of endothelial senescence, replicative endothelial senescence with passage, P0, P1, P2, passage 2, passage 3. And you can see that passage 3 endothelial cells have a high level of senescence associated beta-galactosidase activity compared to P1 healthy endothelial cells. We also developed a model of premature endothelial senescence. For example, if you expose endothelial cells to angiotensin II, for 24 hours, you will also increase alpha beta gal activity. And you can see here, if we treat endothelial cells in a preventive manner with blood current extract from 1 to 10 microgram per milliliter, you can see a concentration-dependent decrease of endothelial senescence in the model of replicate senescence, but also in the model of premature senescence with angiotensin II. And here, which is really very interesting, means concentrations as low as 1 to 3 microgram per milliliter have a protective effect against the induction of endothelial cells. These are very low levels. We also looked at the senescence marker, and you can see here that in the angiotensin II induced endothelial cell senescence is associated with an increased level of P53, of P21, and of P16. And you can see that the blood current extract tested at 10 microgram per ml was able to prevent the upregulation of those senescence marker in response to angiotensin II. We next also investigated what are the consequences of the induction of endothelial cells on the endothelial formation of nitric oxide. Here are P1 endothelial cells, and those cells, if we stimulate them with bradykinin, we have an increased formation of nitric oxide assessed by DAF-FM. It's about a 1.8, 1.94 increase. And if we now induce senescence by treating the cells with angiotensin II for 24 hours, which are here, the two conditions are treated with angiotensin II here. What's happening here, if you expose the cells to bradykinin after 24 hours of exposure with angiotensin II, you can see the stimulatory bradykinin is markedly reduced. Very little formation of NO compared to healthy endothelial cells. That means endothelial senescence is associated with a great impairment of the NO formation. Now, if you pre-treat your cells with the blood current extract, then with angiotensin II for 24 hours, and then you test the NO formation in response to bradykinin, you can see that now these cells are still able to produce nitric oxide compared to the senescent endothelial cells, which means the blood current extract has protected endothelial cells against the induction of premature senescence by angiotensin II. As a consequence, these cells are still able to produce nitric oxide, thus protect the cardiovascular system. And we are also interested in finding out how do these anthocyanins of the blood current extract, we have 4 major ones, actually interact with endothelial cells, because little is known how natural products interact with target cells. And here we looked at the uptake of anthocyanins, the 4 major compounds in the blood current extract. We have a glucoside and rutinoside compounds of cyanidin, and also glucoside and rutinoside compounds of delphinidine. Those are the 4 major ones. And you can see that when we exposed endothelial cells to the glucoside anthocyanins of cyanidin and delphinidin, we see a very nice uptake of this compound in endothelial cells, significant increased level of fluorescence. And we, in the literature, there are some data suggesting that the glucoside derivative of cyanidin or delphinidin can enter endothelial cells via sodium glucose co-transport, and that's why we tested the LX compound 4211, which is actually sotagliflozin. It's an inhibitor of the dual, it's a dual inhibitor of SGLT1 and SGLT2, and we were able to markedly decrease the uptake. These studies then show that, for example, it really depends on the type of anthocyanins. The glucoside conjugates of cyanidin and delphinidin enter on the endothelial cells, whereas the retinosines have very little effect. And this uptake seems to involve the sodium glucose co-transporter, possibly 1 and 2. We further look at the uptake of the blood current extract anthocyanins in our different models of endothelial cells, in the P1 healthy endothelial cells and in the P3 the pathologic senescent endothelial cells. And here are some surprising data where we're able to see that the uptake of anthocyanins is higher in the senescent endothelial cells compared to the native healthy ones. And this uptake is the P1. We have an inhibition by sotagliflozin, the dual SGLT1/2 inhibitor, and you can see in the senescent cells this pathway is even more involved because you have a much stronger inhibitor effect. We also look at the uptake of the anthocyanins in P1 and P3, again, higher uptake in the senescent endothelial cells compared to the healthy one. And we treated here with a highly selective SGLT2 inhibitor, empagliflozin, and you can see only some small inhibitor effect, indicating that the preferential uptake by senescent endothelial cells is mostly mediated by SGLT1 and also to some extent by SGLT2. Now, we dig a little bit further to better understand what's going on, and we were actually able to show that the senescent endothelial cells express a higher level of SGLT1 compared to the healthy endothelial cells, and the same effect was observed regarding SGLT2. Higher levels of expression of SGLT2 in the senescent cells than the healthy ones, which means if you have higher expression level of SGLT1 and 2, it is not too surprising if anthocyanins use this pathway that they get preferentially accumulate in the senescent endothelial cells, the target, the cells which need to be protected, which means some natural products may be able to do targeting of senescent endothelial cells to restore, we hope to restore a functional endothelial cell again, producing nitric oxide to protect the cardiovascular system. And actually, we also did some ex vivo studies where we looked in the aortic circulation, what is the expression level in the aortic arch and compared to the thoracic aorta. Remember, here we have atero-prone sites and here we have atero-resistant sites. And we were able to show, as shown before, that in the atero-prone sites, we have an increased level of VCAM compared to the atero-protected sites, the thoracic aorta. And here again, we were able to see that both SGLT1 and SGLT2 are overexpressed in those atero-prone sites compared to the thoracic aorta. Which suggests that if anthocyanins are taken up via SGLT1 and 2, they may accumulate in vivo in those arterial sites at risk, and let's hope to improve the endothelial function and to restore vascular protection. And this is just a schematic of the second part of my presentation, but the glucose conjugate anthocyanins will enter into senescent endothelial cells by using mostly SGLT1, but also SGLT2, which are overexpressed in the senescent endothelial cells compared to the healthy one. And this, of course, will help to, again, normalize the excessive formation of FOS in senescent endothelial cells compared to healthy ones, to restore the PI3 kinase AKT pathway, to activate eNOS, produce NO, and hence, of course, improve or protect the vascular system. And the last part, I would also like to share with you some in vivo studies, but because it's always very important, not only to do experiments using cultured endothelial cells, which are very easy model, but we are far away from the in vivo situation. And here we studied the effect of intake of anthocyanin-rich blood current by old rats to see whether or not anthocyanins can improve aging-related endothelial dysfunction. So we had old control rats, 22 months old, or old rats with intake of anthocyanin-rich blackcurrant juice, 60 or 120 milligrams per day for 2 weeks compared to young rats, 12-week-old, and we tested different parameters. We will see some of the data in a few seconds. First of all, we noticed that the old animals had about 9.5 millimeters of mercury higher levels of systolic blood pressure compared to the young animals. This is aging-related increase in blood pressure. The intake of 60 and 120 milligrams per kilo per day of blackcurrant anthocyanins resulted in significant decreased levels of systolic blood pressure. It was totally unexpected, indicating just by intake of blood count juice, we were able to almost normalize the blood pressure level of the old animals to very close to the level we see in young animals. Our systolic blood pressure is a major cardiovascular risk factor. We next also investigated what's happening at the vascular level. Here, the data from the main mesenteric artery. You can see that the old rats had a higher responsiveness to phenylephrine compared to young rats, an increased contractile response. And when the old rats treated with 60 and 120 milligrams per kilo per day, you can see that this increased vasoconstriction was markedly decreased by intake of the anthocyanins. We also looked at oxidative stress in the arterial wall. Here data from the thoracic aorta. You can see that old rats has a high level of oxidative stress in the arterial wall compared to young, healthy animals. And the anthocyanin treatment of old rats normalized the level of oxidative stress in the arterial wall. We further looked at markers for endothelial dysfunction. We were able to see that in the old animals, we had an increased expression of enos here in the endothelium. Very nice to see. The expression level is much higher in the old animal than what we see in the young animal. And this is most likely due to the compensatory mechanism, because NO being formed by endothelial cells is most likely destroyed by oxidative stress. The system is trying to compensate, and enos gets overexpressed to produce more NO to compensate for the degradation. And you can see that the old animals who received anthocyanin in the drinking water, you can see that the level of enos was markedly decreased. We also were able to see in the endothelium accumulation of P53, the senescence marker, which was significantly decreased, although only to some extent. And we also had an increase of this pro-atherosclerotic marker, monocyte chemoattractant protein 1 in the entire arterial wall, which was markedly decreased in the old animal following intake of anthocyanins. Further, we looked also at the angiotensin system, the local one in the arterial wall, and we were able to see that angiotensin converting enzyme, the ACE, is overexpressed in the endothelium, and the AT1 receptor is overexpressed in the arterial wall. And the anthocyanin treatment was able to markedly improve this local angiotensin system and, of course, contribute to activate less endothelial cells and, of course, the vascular smoothness. So, in the conclusion, you can see then that food intake and food, not any kind of food, but food with interesting ingredients, and anthocyanins are definitely interesting ingredients, mostly the glucose conjugated anthocyanins, because they are able to enter into, they're taken up into endothelial cells by the SGLTs, most SGLT1, and in endothelial cells, they will normalize the level of oxidative stress and the endothelial NO pathway, mostly by activating the PI3 kinase AKT pathway to increase NO formation, but endothelium-dependent hyperpolarization in the resistant vessels is also increased, and both are potent vasodilators and factors promoting vascular health. NO is a strong inhibitor of the induction of endothelial senescence, but anthocyanins also, by acting at the vascular smooth muscle, by normalizing the AT1 receptor, the ACE expression at the endothelial cell level will, and the NADPH oxidase expression and activity, the major pro-oxidant enzyme in the arterial wall, will of course inhibit the formation of oxidative stress in the arterial wall, which will then less destroy nitric oxide. So in conclusion, these anthocyanins, by having a major effect at the endothelial cells, but also the vascular smooth muscle, will be able to improve endothelial function and then, of course, improve and better protect the cardiovascular system. And finally, I would like to acknowledge all our team here in Strasbourg. Since 1 year, we have integrated a new research building. It's a Medicine Research Center, really next door to the hospitals, which is a big plus for all of us because we do a lot of, we have very active collaboration with the cardiologist and also with the vascular surgeon and cardiac surgeon. Here you have the list of postdocs and PhD students, and I would really highly thank Hyung-Woo Lee, but also our bridge with PhD students from Brazil, Grazi Silva, Thais Porto, Jana Radman. They really contributed to the team that we better understand how nitroproteins affect the endothelial function. And I would also like to acknowledge our international collaboration with Professor Gerlach from Munich, Germany, Professor Isaac, all of you know him, and also Professor Oh from South Korea, and Professor Pansmail from Liège. Thank you very much. And it's, if you have questions, please don't hesitate.
So, very clean presentation, Valérie, very nice data, very interesting data. We have some questions. The first one is, please, have you investigated the role of thiols in the relaxation, synergy, or antagonism, since the chemistry of nitric oxide is related to the thiol chemistry and biochemistry?
Yes, of course, nitric oxide is a radical, has a free electron, and is hence able to react with a lot of target molecules in your body, and thiols are definitely a target, not only, but tyrosines also, thiols. We did not especially regard the impact of NO on targets, but in the literature, quite a few of our colleagues have studied that, and we know that nitrosotiols is a way of stabilizing NO, and nitrosotiols can also not only stabilize, but maybe help to transport NO from one place to the next, which is well described for hemoglobin, which have nitrosohemoglobin is a transporter of nitric oxide. And if you have your partial pressure and oxygen is decreasing, the nitrosotiol can release NO and contribute to vasodilate to again bring more blood flow into those areas which are poorly oxygenated.
Okay. The second question comes from Arthur Pontes, is a PhD student. He asks, are endothelial cells the best target to prevent or even to reverse the cardiovascular aging?
In my opinion, it is a very, it is a pivotal target. It is a major target because when you see cardiovascular diseases, the first alteration we can observe is the appearance of non-endothelial dysfunction. Long before there is any structural changes in the arterial wall, this endothelial, any lipid accumulation, the fatty stress, before you already detect that endothelial cells are affected. The cells, of course, due to the lining, the luminal surface, they get exposed to a lot of molecules circulating blood, to a lot of blood cells, to LDL cholesterol. And it is a very key sensor to detect very early on an alteration which may lead to the development of the pathological situation of the arterial wall. Now, what is also of importance, and again, we get more and more precise when you look at the cardiovascular system, we really have to look at blood vessels which are highly pertinent for the disease, which means the thoracic aorta has no major role. It is like a tube. We really need to study much more carefully the bifurcations, what's going on at the spots which are at high risk, the curvature, and of course, the microvessels. We also know that the microcirculation is a circulation which is highly sensitive to changes in biochemical markers. And we should, I think, look much more carefully this microcirculation, where not only nitric oxide plays a key role, but also the hyperpolarization response is very important in microcirculation. And this is something we are highly interested to look in the coronary microcirculation, because the heart function is the cardiomyocytes. The activity is critically dependent on NO produced by bioendothelial cells. So this microcirculation could be a very early target to demonstrate an alteration which may lead later on to heart failure and so on. So I think it is, in my mind, it is a very pertinent target.
Okay, so the last question. We have obtained similar data here in our lab showing that an increase in endothelial ROS induced by grape products, freeze-dried red wine or fermented grape skins, are able to induce NO release via AKT. Okay, so my question is, do you have an idea of the mechanism by which anthocyanin products can increase ROS, especially in endothelial cells?
This, of course, is the key question.
It's the quick
it
question.
is
Yes.
very difficult to answer, but we have some hints. And again, we need new expertise in this field. Of course, pharmacologists will not be able to work on the structure. We need to work with chemists. We need to better understand. What I can say to you is we did some work on a single compound, which is epigallocatechin gallate, which catechins also activate enos. It is a redox sensitive event, activating SARC, AKT, PI3 kinase, and then enos. If you change some hydroxyl and you convert them in methoxy, CH3O, you will lose the activity. And it really depends which one. They are not all equivalent. And what we noticed, you need two OH next to each other on a phenyl. And it's highly likely, but it's very difficult to demonstrate, and we don't have the expertise to do that. But we would be very happy if some chemists can help us to demonstrate that the two hydroxyls on the phenyl can do redox cycling, go to kinone reductase, and go in the feed-forward loop. And this redox cycling could be an interesting way to explain why those products can activate enos for such a long time. This is something extremely unusual because in nature, bradykinin releases a bolus of NO. After 15-30 minutes, the event is over. Natural products, the active ones, produce for 24 hours. And they produce a little bit NO, but in a sustained manner. And this is the best profile to protect your cardiovascular system.
Yeah.
But again, we need help from chemists, from people with complementary expertise.
Yes.
And when I talk to the chemists, they say, wow, it is extremely difficult. The redox cycling of the kinone and they are extremely unstable and almost impossible to detect. But there may be another way to test this hypothesis. Important one.
Okay. So thank you very much, Valérie. Very nice data, very nice, very clear presentation. And thank you so much.
And so, thank you for the invitation, Isaac.
It's a great pleasure. So let's move to the next lecture. I will invite Francisco to present Professor Pascal Marchand.
Thank you so much, Professor Isaac, Professor Valérie. Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Well, now I will with great pleasure to be here today for introduce Professor Pascal, that is a very active collaborator of universities in Brazil, especially here in Nordeste. He has already received several students and contributed with several works in topics related to medicinal chemistry. Professor Pascal received a PhD in 1999 in medicinal chemistry from the University of Nantes, France. He was appointed as an assistant professor in 2001 in organic chemistry with the School of Pharmacy. Pascal obtained his habilitation in 2007 in the design, synthesis, and biological evaluation of aza-heterocyclic compounds. And since 1913, he is a full professor of organic chemistry in the School of Pharmacy, Nantes University. He is currently deputy director of the EA 1155 ICIMED team of the University of Nantes, France, since January 2017, and head of the Medchem department. He was supervised 17 PhD theses and 8 postdoctoral programs in the frame of industry collaboration, French academic collaboration in the international joint supervision. His main research field is focused on the design, synthesis, and biological evaluation of heterocyclic compounds for therapeutic purposes, mycology, parasitology, and cancer, by target kinase-signalase pathways. He managed various international collaboration projects, CAPS Coffee Cube Brazil, EHC Ulysses Ireland, and Connect Mexico. He is the president of the European Research Network, GP2A, Group for the Promotion of Pharmaceutical Chemistry in Academia. He is a board member of the French Medicinal Chemistry Society. And recently, in this year, his research has attracted funding from the French National Research Agency to coordinate a 4-year project dedicated to antiparasitic chemotherapy and entitled Targeting Host Parasite Interactions through the Inhibition of Scrate Leishmania casein kinase 1. That is the subject of the presentation. Professor Pascal, be welcome, and thank you very much for accepting to contribute to this event.
Okay, thank you, Francisco, for the kind introduction. You can see my slide in full screen. That's okay.
For me, it's okay.
Okay. So first of all,
I'm sorry, Pascal, it's not in full screen.
Okay. Perhaps I need to change the parameter like that. It's better.
Yes.
Okay. So thanks so much, Francisco, for the kind introduction and for inviting me to present my work today. I would like to thank you also the local organizing committee or the organizing committee to give me this opportunity. That's a real pleasure to share my science or part of my work today. And as you mentioned, I work in the field of heterocyclic compounds dedicated to different programs in medicinal chemistry. And today I will speak about the work we made in terms of Leishmania disease, and we try to target casein kinase 1. Just to give you some details about where we come from. I come from Nantes. Nantes is in the west coast of France, not so far from Paris. And if you have the opportunity to visit, you could have the chance to see a very nice town in different sites. So I hope you will have the opportunity to go there. Regarding the research areas we developed in the group, there are 2 main lines dedicated to therapeutic targets, I mean kinases, CYP51, HSP90, PKC, and the inhibition in mycology, parasitology, and cancerology. And our major concern is to try to circumvent resistance to azoles on other antifungal agents, and fighting against leishmaniasis, which is the main topic today, and Chagas disease, due to the collaboration with Brazil researchers. And we have also some lines of research dedicated to cancerology, especially trying to target, to inhibit kinases on, for example, PIM1. Okay. And as you mentioned, I have the chance to have very great collaborators in Brazil, in Mexico, also in Ireland, and this is the opportunity to develop the different program and to exchange students. So that's very important for me to try to keep that collaboration, even in the period of pandemic. But okay, we try to be in contact online, because it's so complicated now, up to now, to move from one country to the other. But okay, we have the chance to keep in contact through the video, and I hope we will have the opportunity in some months to move over there. So today we speak about leishmaniasis. Leishmaniasis is a neglected tropical disease, as you know. She is referred as neglected because they are largely eradicated in developed countries, and they affect world's poorest population. This is a group of 17 infectious diseases, and that disease, affecting more than 1 billion people, and they are more prevalent in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So there is a major concern around that disease. The disease has 3 clinical presentations. The first one is cutaneous leishmaniasis. The cutaneous leishmaniasis is characterized by 1 or more purples, nodules, and sores on the skin. One species responsible of cutaneous leishmaniasis is Leishmania major, Leishmania amazonensis, Leishmania tropica, or Leishmania mexicana, among others. It can be denoted that that form of the leishmaniasis can be cured without treatment after six months, but it remains some traces on the skin, and the major point is the social concern and the exclusion of the people with that disease. The second form is mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, or Eschpundia. This is the disfiguring form of the disease. It corresponds to the destruction of the mucous membranes of the nose, the mouth, and the throat cavities. The major aspect of the therapy is the reconstructive surgery of the deformities. The last one is the critical one of the disease. This is the visceral leishmaniasis, or CALASA. This is a severe form. The mortality rate is very high, as you can see there, 75 to 95, and it affects the reticuloendothelial cells and different organs such as spleen, liver, and bone marrow, and the blood. This disease, this clinical presentation of the disease is lead to mortality without treatment. So this is very important to try to find some drugs to fight against that presentation of the disease. Regarding the epidemiology and the leishmaniasis today, as you can see there, this is an endemic disease around 98 countries, with a lot of people at risk, million cases, and 2 million new infected people per year, and the death is around 55,000 people annually. So it's very important to try to find a solution. And it's important to see that 90% of new visceral leishmaniasis cases are reported only in 7 countries. They are indicated there. And the majority of cutaneous leishmaniasis cases are reported in 9 countries. So you can see here the repartition of the disease. So this is very important. But actually, there is a spread on the emergence of the disease in Europe. Why? Because there are some different reasons: military action, immigration, climate change, and no surveillance, because it was considered that the disease was absent in Europe, but it is not the case. There is an emergence of the disease in Europe, so we have to take care about that. But what's the agent of infection? The disease was considered at the beginning by William Leishman and Charles Donovan. And they identified the parasite at the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20s. And afterwards, the surgeon brothers, Edward and Etienne, demonstrate the experimental proof of the transmission to humans by sandfly of the genus Phlebotomus. This is the sandfly there, and one form of the parasite. And the Leishmania parasite is transmitted by the bite of the female sandfly. And there are different species, over 20, and subspecies infecting the human and causing different spectrum of symptoms. Regarding the life cycles, there are two forms depending of the host and of the sandfly. In the sandfly, this is the promastigote form. We will discuss the importance of the two forms. And in the mammals, you have the amastigote forms. This is the infective form, in fact. So how does it work? At the beginning, an infected sandfly can take a blood meal and transfer the promastigote forms to the human, and after the macrophage can take the promastigote forms and transform it into the amastigote forms. The amastigote develop within here within the macrophage, and after the macrophage burst, and this is the invasion to other macrophage. And if a safe sandfly take a blood meal, is infected, and the amastigote transform through the midgut and inside the sandfly to the promastigote form, and you can start again the cycle and so on. So you can see the way to transmit the parasite, and we will discuss there the different form and the incidence of the biological evaluation afterwards. As you can see there, there are environmental signals that allow the transformation to the promastigote, from the promastigote to the amastigote. At the beginning, this is a long cell, the motile form of the parasite, and afterward, the amastigote is surrounding its around cell. And as you can see there, the pH is very important, because in the promastigote, you have the pH at 7, and lowering the pH, you transform the promastigote to the metacyclic promastigote, and afterwards to the amastigote, and also due to the temperature. And this pH will be important, because if you consider the pK of your drugs, and the form can change between the promastigote assay and the amastigote assay. So this is an important criteria to the physico-chemical property of the drug to consider for the evaluation. Regarding the treatment, there are a few treatments. Only these molecules. This one are the the sodium stigogluconate here, and the form the commercial form is the Patostan, and this is IV and IM administration. The other one is the paramomycin. Here, with the target is the protein synthesis in intramuscular administration. And this, the amphotericin B, is well known. The amphotericin B as antifungal agent, acting on steroid metabolism, the IV administration, and the patamidine here, another commercial drugs, and the only one that is commercially available and with oral administration is the miltefosine. So this is the major problem that we have to address. This is the way of administration, to try to develop new drugs with oral administration. All the drugs come from the drug repurposing strategy. You know that repurposing strategy, since this is the in the context of COVID-19, this is the way to try to find drugs to fight against the virus. And this is the way that was developed to obtain different compounds, because at the beginning, the amphotericin B was an antifungal, this one was an antibiotic, and the miltefosine was an anti-cancer drug. So this is a strategy to try to find the existing drug with new application. So the context is that the number of drugs available is very limited, treatment failure, drug resistance, the mode of administration, and also the cost and the fact that there is no effective vaccines. So we need new formulation, perhaps the combination therapy, and we need new drugs and new lead compounds to fight against leishmaniasis. So we work in that context. Regarding the pipeline, there are some compounds in phase 1 clinical trials developed, for example, by the DNDi of GSK. The DNDi developed some imidazooxazine over there with nitro derivative. Their activity against Leishmania donovani and Leishmania infantum. So they are very interesting because such compounds can act on visceral leishmaniasis, so that the major aspects. Another series of compounds are the benzoxoborol there with these compounds on or some aminopyrazole derivatives. And the last one is a compound from GSK, this one, pyrazolopyrimidine, that bind to the CRK12. So this is a kinase involved in the parasite. So as you can see there are not a lot of compounds in development. So we need to start new collaborative projects to discover new drugs. Regarding the strategy, it's classical to see in the literature different strategy. I mean, phenotypic screening or target-based screening. And the idea is to start, when you start a drug discovery program, is to try to find the right way to work. The interest of working in phenotypic screening is to select compounds that are able to eliminate the parasite. The major question we have is about the pathway, the target. At the beginning, the compound is active, but we have no information regarding the target. But if we have an activity, a phenotypic activity, it means that we have the appropriate cell penetration, good stability, And why in the case of leishmaniasis is interesting, because as you can see there, it's not so easy to reach the parasite when you develop a drug, because there is here the membrane of the macrophage. You have to cross first one. The second one is a parasitophore vacuole that is created by the parasite to have such pH, such low pH to transform promastigote to diamastigote, so the second membrane. And the last one is the membrane of the parasite. So it means that the drug has to cross 3 membranes to reach here the parasite. So it means that at the beginning, when you have the activity on a target, you have to develop a compounds with the right physicochemical properties or pharmacokinetics to target the parasite. So this is the major concern. And also when you have phenotypic activity, you can develop target deconvolution to identify the molecular target. And in parallel, you have the target-based approach, but okay, you could have, we will see that afterwards, you could have an activity on the target, but sometimes it's complicated to link the activity on the target to the anti-leishmanial activity, perhaps due to some metabolization of problem of cross membrane and so on. So this is the different aspect to consider at the beginning of a drug discovery program. So regarding the program I want to speak about today, this is the program we developed some years ago in 2012 during the PhD thesis of Sophie Maradour. And at the beginning, it was not the idea to target the parasite. In the lab, we developed such compound, imidazopyridine derivative with 2-phenyl moiety. And the idea was to develop azole derivative in the way of targeting C51 involved in ergosterol biosynthesis. And we have the chance to work with a platform in Roscoff in France. And in that platform, they have the opportunity not only to test kinase, but human kinases, but also leishmania kinases. And the compound was not active on the target we want, but was active on leishmaniasis. So in our opinion, it was very interesting because we have in hand for the first time a compound that could target these kinases. And in the lab, we have also the opportunity to test the compounds on strains, on leishmania strains. So it was the opportunity from one, I would say, one area of research to move to the other, from fungal to parasite. But our major interrogation was that compounds were very described in the literature. I mean, imidazopyridine. So the idea was to move to the imidazopyridine to the imidazopyrazine, because it could be more interesting for us. So we start some modulation to try to obtain imidazopyrazine from imidazopyridine, to introduce there a nitrogen. This nitrogen was more original. Regarding the chemistry, this is the classical chemistry starting from aminopyrazine and ring closure to obtain the phenyl in position 2, or to obtain that intermediate by the introduction of a leaving group at the position 2, and to do a classical Suzuki coupling, and afterward direct relation. And we test the compound, and it was very interesting. That's okay. The IC50 value was higher than the first one, but the activity on SICA1 was written. So it was very interesting because, as I mentioned before, there are no lot of target developed and discussed in the literature. It was the opportunity to have a real target and to try to enhance afterwards the IC50 value on all parasites. So it was the beginning of the story. And in parallel, we saw in the literature that some compounds that were relative to the compounds we developed with two aryl groups on the imidazole ring there, and some modulation on the other ring with polar function there on there. So there was activity on Leishmania major, but also on SICA1, as we mentioned previously. So it was the idea to try to develop a program around the imidazole pyrazine and to try to synthesize derivative with the phenyl in position 2, pyridine and aminopyrimidine at the position 3, and here the polar function or with hydrogen or alkyl to compare the substitution regarding the activity on that position. So we were interested, and we saw also that Leishmania casein kinase 1 was very interesting in terms of target, because this is a serine kinase, and this is an exokinase. This kinase is released in the exosome, and this is a very important criterion. Why? Because if the target is released outside the parasite, you could have less resistance. So it's an interesting point to take into account. And the expression is in all stages of the life cycle of the Leishmania. And I mean, at the promastigote, but also at the amastigote stage. The kinase is involved in Leishmania survival, differentiation, environmental adaptation of the host, and especially in parasite-host interaction. So that's very important. And the other aspects is that there are some different isoforms, but there is a high degree of conservation. It means that if we work on Leishmania major SICA1, we could have activity on Leishmania donovani SICA1. So it's interesting. Regarding the strategy, there are three main strategies. The first one is to target Leishmania SICA1-2 directly to prevent the activity, to target Leishmania protein responsible for Leishmania excretion, the second one, and the last one, to target the host binding partners of the substrate of the Leishmania SICA1. And in our project, we decided to target directly Leishmania SICA1. The idea was to develop ATP competitive inhibitors, but the major problem in such approach was the identity between Leishmania major SICA1 and the human. So at the beginning of the project, we could have the problem of the selectivity, even if some compounds are described in the literature as selective from Leishmania SICA1 to the human counterparts, but we have to keep in mind that it could be possible. And the other problem that is that the Leishmania sequence is not crystallized, so it was not possible to work on crystal structure on the PDB. So we had to develop molecular modeling approach in terms of homology modeling. So in terms of chemistry, the idea was to develop such compounds, a 3-substituted derivative on the imidazole pyrazine ring. It starts for classical amination. Afterward, the ring closure, as we discussed before, and we introduce a iodine atom at the position 3. And introducing the iodine atom at the position 3, it was possible to obtain a very interesting intermediate with the possibility of modulation at the position 3, but also at the position 8 by classical amination, and afterwards palladium catalyzed Suzuki coupling. And we introduced different pyridyl here to have the modulation at the level of the amino group, and we obtain such derivatives. We were also interested in checking the influence of the polarity here at the position 8 by developing the methyl counterpart by classical nucleophilic substitution and afterward direct arylation. Regarding the activity, we first tested the compounds on the promastigot form or on Leishmania major. You have there the IC50 value and the number of compounds. And we take the opportunity that in the chemical scheme, we have very, I would say, very interesting compound as precursor, because they have a polar moiety here, a 4-fluorophenyl at the position 2, and the only difference between the target compound and the precursor was the iodine. So it could be interesting not only to test the final compounds, but also to test the precursor and to discuss the structure-activity relationship and the influence on the pyridyl and the iodine on the activity. So the first screening was on the promastigot. From the promastigot testing, the idea was to make the first screening to select the most interesting compound. And the most interesting compound were the compounds with the lowest IC50 value, this one, and this one. At the level of the reference, the pentamidine, there was 6 compounds in the iodo, 4 pyridyl and methyl subseries that were interesting for a second evaluation. And also the selectivity index was very high. And the selectivity index, I mean on MRC5. So regarding the first screening, the second screening was against a mastigot on Leishmania major. And as you can see there, there was 2 very interesting compounds. This one, the 9F, with the iodo substitution there at the position 3, with a morpholine in the other side. And this one with the pyridyl in the position 3 and the 4-fluorophenyl in the position 2 and the polar moiety and the position 8, with very interesting activity and very high selectivity index. So we have in an promising compound. We had the opportunity not only to test on cutaneous leishmaniasis, but also mucocutaneous leishmaniasis and visceral leishmaniasis with Leishmania infantum and Leishmania donovani. The selected compounds were interesting, but because they were active on Leishmania major, but also this one, the 9F and the 10E on the two forms of ear visceral leishmaniasis. So it was very interesting. This result is strange because we have activity on Leishmania donovani, but not on Leishmania infantile. We have to check that. But for the two EAT compounds, we can consider that we have activity on different forms. So this is very interesting to develop a compound not only active on one form, but active on different forms on the parasite. Regarding the target, we had the opportunity to test Leishmania Zika1, and as you can see there, we keep the activity on Leishmania major Zika1 with micromolar to sub-micromolar, even nanomolar activity. So it was very, very promising compound. This one was active on the parasite, but not active on the target. So it means that this is an interesting compound, but the target are different. And this one, the target is Zika1 or could be Zika1. We have checked that afterwards. If we consider the selectivity profiling, as you can see there, we have here the activity on Leishmania Zika1, but as we could imagine, the selectivity is not so good regarding the human. So we have a target, parasite target, but we have to enhance the selectivity because, as you can see there, when you have activity on the Leishmania, you have activity on the human. So this is due to toxicity, it's better to try to enhance the selectivity. And on other kinases on the human, for example, or mammalian, there is no activity. So the selectivity could be interesting. This is not the whole genome, but this is the beginning of the selectivity profile to see that we have activity on both kinases. We also, in the same way, we develop the other series. So this is the same chemistry. I mean, from this one, direct arylation, the opportunity to substitute the chloride here by dimethylamino, and here the thiomethyl by sulfone, and afterward to introduce the amino. And in the other strategy, to introduce the amino in both positions, I mean on the central core, but also in the pyrimidine. We perform the same testing. I mean, first the promastigot to see that there was 6 compounds interesting. This one. The second screening was about the selectivity index and the cytotoxicity on fibroblast emulsified, as we did before. And from that, the 6 selected compounds were interesting, especially this one, the 13B and the 16B. The 13B is there, and the 16B is there. And at the amastigot stage of Leishmania major, one compound was very interesting, was the 16B, because we obtained very low IC50 value on amastigot, but also an interesting selectivity index. So it was interesting to see that in that second series, we have also the opportunity to select one compound. Regarding the activity on the cells, as we did before, cutaneous leishmaniasis, mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, and visceral leishmaniasis, and the most interesting compound was the 16B, displaying micromolar activity on the different form of the disease. If we discuss the selectivity on the kinases, as you can see there, the compounds were very active on Leishmania CK1, but also on human CK1. And if you introduce amino group in 2 positions, we could imagine that we have more activity on the kinase, and this is the case. The selectivity is less important because you have here the possibility to have an interaction at this level and at this level on the ATP binding site. So that's classical. And this is also the case with the derivative displaying here the dimethyl amino and the amino in the other position. So we have obtained 3 different compounds, the promising compound, the CTN 1122, and it's interesting to see that the other interesting compound is similar to the CTN 1122, and the only difference is here the substitution at the position 3. Here we have a iodine atom, so we haven't got the parasitic target. Some research are in progress to try to find the target, but for this one and this one, it could be CK1, because as you can see there, we have micromolar to sub-micromolar activity on the CK1 with some selectivity here. The compounds were also tested on our model on in vivo toxicity, I mean Garleria melonia larvae, and as you can see there, there was no toxicity at 50 milligrams per kilogram. So to try to understand the binding mode of the molecule on the protein, we develop homology modeling, and the homology modeling showed that there was an interaction, a specific interaction, a nitrogen bond between a leucine and here the nitrogen of the pyridine. That could explain the fact was the iodine atom do not give activity on the scaffold, on the central scaffold. And as you can see there, for future modulation, it seems that the dimethyl amino group is not so mandatory for the activity. The major interaction is made here at the level of the 4-pyridyl over there. And this is here in the same way that we have seen in the literature that there was an interaction between such type of compound and the X-ray form of fungal YCK2 described in the literature. So it means that our model was not so bad, because in that case it was an X-ray crystal structure. In addition, when we made further modulation, we show that when we move the nitrogen to the position 4 from the position 4 to the position 3, we lost here the CK1 activity. So it really means that this nitrogen is very important for the interaction. To check if we have a real interaction in vitro between our compound and the protein, we perform ATP affinity chromatography with different agarose matrix. The idea is to try to have interaction with different possibility of linkage to the agarose. And the first step is the binding of the total protein extract to the ATP agarose. Afterwards, to make the purification and to perform the elution. This is the way we work. And if we have interaction with here the ATP agarose and the different protein, we will see the protein on the elution. This is the way we worked. Here you have the control, the total protein extract. If you haven't got any inhibition, you observe in the elution all the proteins, because all the proteins interact with the ATP agarose. But if you have an inhibitors in the flow-through, you will not. You will have the compound, the protein inhibited by our compounds, and in the elution you will not see the proteins that were inhibited. That's the idea, to check if we have an inhibition. So when you see the Western blotting, as you can see there, this is the focus on LM-CK12, and as you can see there, with the reference is CK1 inhibitors, our compounds here, CTN 1122, and the other one, 1123, that was not considered as CK1 inhibitors. And as you can see there, in fact, there is, we cannot say with the antibody CK1, we cannot see the CK1 in the blotting. So it means that our compound was effectively at the promastigote or at the amastigote stage an inhibitor of CK1. This is the proof of the inhibition. We also perform some drug-like properties. As you can see there, our compound CTN 1122 has moderate solubility, so we have to improve that. The permeability is good. The plasma membrane, the plasma protein binding, is high, so it could be a problem, but in fact, it's not so difficult to solve that. And the plasma stability is interesting, but unfortunately, the metabolic stability, the microsomal one is not so good. So the compound is highly metabolized. So for further modulation, we have to think about to block some position to avoid the metabolization, especially oxidation, ethoxylation, and so on. So we have to improve some parameters, solubility and microsomal stability, and also metabolic profiling. I mean, if there are some metabolization and if the metabolites are responsible of the activity. We also perform in vivo testing, with intraperitoneal administration, and in the first model of Leishmania donovani. And as you can see there, in blue color, this is the physiological saline solution. Here, the miltefosine, the reference, and here we have the compound. And as you can see there, we are not so active as the reference, but regarding the blank, it's more active than there are some activity in vivo. If we consider the second model of Leishmania major, it means cutaneous leishmaniasis. After 31 days, as you can see there, the mouse is cured. And this is here the mean lesion size with physiological saline solution. the glucontine reference, and our compounds. And we have the decrease of the size of the lesion after 31, and the animal is cured. As you can see, there is perhaps some resistance, but we can consider that the compound is active in vivo. So in conclusion, we have developed imidazopyrazine compound with good anti-leishmanial activity, low toxicity. Regarding the iodo rating, we have to work on the target, perhaps tyrosine or trypanosome reductase target. And we have to address the selectivity with our homology modeling model. And also we work on dynamic modeling to try to get more information. Drug pressure to check the resistance, and obviously to obtain more information regarding PK/PD properties and acute toxicity. Different compounds are on testing. The first information we have regarding the modulation we made in the position 3 is that we have obtained some interesting compound by keeping the 4-pyridyl and the 4-fluoride and making the modulation at the position 8. For example, this one, as you can see there, in blue column, this is Leishmania donovani amastigot activity. Here, the selectivity index, and here, the activity on SICA1 and Leishmania and human. So, for example, this one is interesting. I mean, with micromolar activity on Leishmania donovani, selectivity index interesting, and we have some selectivity, activity selectivity on the target. And it means that it's possible in some extent to have an activity related to the inhibition of the target SICA1 with some selectivity. So this is in progress. So before finishing, I would like to thank the consortium involved in that project. I mean, my team, ICIMED team, with chemists and biologists, and this work was funded recently by the French National Agency for 4 years. We have a second partner, Biosys, the UMR in Paris-Saclay University, our colleague of Pasteur Institute in France that helped us in terms of biology, and also the scientific advisory board that very interesting to have on board to discuss the program and to discuss the go-no-go process in order to obtain the right compound for a pre-development process. And also the Région de Pays de la Loire who gave some money to develop the project. This is the kickoff meeting we had at the beginning of the month in Pasteur Paris with the different people involved, and I want to thank all that people involved in that project. This is the Tech/ project, PRC ANR project for 4 years, from this year to the 25. And also, this is not the main project today, but this is a presentation in the frame of French-Brazilian collaboration, and I would like to thank again my colleague from Pernambuco and from USP for the program we developed between 2015 and 2018, and with the opportunity to do some co-tutel supervision. So it was very, very, very interesting, and also the different mobility we had in Brazil. I really miss Brazil because it's so huge. interaction and discussion. And obviously, all the people involved in such collaboration, especially Francisco Jaime Becerra Mendoza, that help us for the collaboration. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Pascal. Congratulations for the presentation. We have time to 2 or 3 questions. The first question is, please, how do you think to increase the solubility in water? Have you evaluated the effects of the compounds or other enzymes using ATP, for example, ABC transporters?
Up to now, we haven't tested on efflux protein our compounds. That the first reply, it could be yes, the way that could explain some the difference of activity between the target and the cell, and yes, the way to improve the solubility. As if you consider the structure of the compound, as you can see, there are a lot of aromaticity and a lot of phenyl ring. First, we have 5 nitrogen, so the first idea could be to produce some salt or like that, or perhaps to try the way to reduce one of the phenyl ring to work not on imidazopyrazine series, but tetrahydro series that could improve the solubility with less phenyl ring of less aromaticity. This is yes some ideas we can develop.
I have a question. Naturally, I'm suspicious to speak about the development of new drugs for leishmania because it's my main area of interest.
I know that.
But here in Brazil, we have a great difficulty in having collaboration with groups that make tests on targets. Several researchers, including myself, have drugs that have low micromolar leishmanial activity in vitro, but we don't know the target. My questions, do you understand that it's essential to test new drugs on targets? I fully understand that this is much more rational approach in medicinal chemistry, of course, but that would make it unfeasible or invalidate the studies carry out directly on parasites, ever for drugs that have active in low micromolar or nanomolar level. If you observe recently, the reference drugs, the antimonials, did not have a fully elucidated mechanism of actions, but is the reference drug.
That's the classical discussion. Is it necessary in some drug discovery program, or if you want to have a new drug against a disease, is it really necessary to have the target identified if you obtain good activity? I think that the identification of the target could be the way to have some indication about toxicity and to try to solve toxicity when you develop not only in vitro but also in vivo testing, and to have some information about that for further development. Because as you know, if you want to propose a drug to the DNDi or to the pharmaceutical industry, you have to be sure that you could solve some problem of toxicity, and it's complicated to have the idea before if we could have toxicity or not, if you haven't got enough details about the mechanism of action. But at the contrary, when you see the antimonials, that's right, that this is the reference, and up to now we know that there is there is some hypothesis about the mechanism, but it's not well known, and it works. But there are some toxicities. So yes, this is my measure. The way of discussing that is about toxicity. If we have more information about the target, it could be very helpful for further development, because it could be the way to find some explanation about the toxicity, in my opinion. But there are some examples in the literature that you have only the phenotypic activity without target, and it works. So okay, not so easy to reply.
Oh, okay, thank you. I talk with you this because we have drugs that we have toxicity tests in vivo also, and also we say to treat animals with leishmania. It works well. I present these results to the NDA, and he called me and pharmacokinetics now. So, okay, I will do pharmacokinetics, and after that, another test, and it's very difficult to perform all
I have discussed with people from the NDA, and they are very keen on developing compounds with known target. I guess as I discussed in this introduction with CRK12, they have in mind the target, so it's more interesting for us. Yeah, yes, that's the problem to find the right target, and to consider compounds with good activity in vitro and vivo, and without clear idea about the pathway involved or about the targets. But I agree with you. We have to work on it. Yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you, Pascal. I don't see no more questions. Thank you again.
Okay.
Thank you very much for staying with us. And for continue this symposium, I'm call Professor Tanya from the scientific committee member to conduct the first sections for the presentation of the select word from students. Professor Tanya. We will close your section this day exactly with the presentation of the select work by the students. The scientific committee evaluate the abstracts and select 8 works from the students. Today we will present 4 works, and tomorrow the other 4. Just a minute, I will call what's happening, because Tanya have some problems to enter in this room. Hipólito ou Marmude, por favor, liberem as pessoas que estão como atendentes para colocá-los como palestrantes para que a gente possa dar continuidade. Algumas das pessoas que vão apresentar, eles estão ainda como atendentes. Obrigado. I think we have some problems with Tanya. Professor Gerd Rocha is also one member of the scientific committee. So if he is online, he can take the talk and conduct this section with the students.
Hi, good morning, Francisco.
Good morning, Ed. Be welcome.
I need some instructions to conduct this section. How much time you the students have to present his works.
Okay, each student will have between 10 and 15 minutes to presentation, and after that we will have 5 minutes to choose some questions to each one.
Okay. Well, I have the list here in my hands for students. Okay. The first one is Renata Priscila Barros de Menezes. Renata is here.
Yes, I'm here.
I can start the section, Francisco.
Yes, Gerd.
Okay.
You can start.
Okay, thank you. Please, Renata, can you show your presentation for us?
Yes, just a minute.
Okay, Renata, you have 10 minutes to present for us your talk, and feel free to start now.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Renata Menezes. I'm PhD student from the Universidade Federal da Paraíba, and I will present the work entitled Ligand-Based and Structure-Based Virtual Screening for the Discovery of Natural Life Cycle against Aedes aegypti. The Aedes aegypti mosquito is one of the main vectors of transmission of the etiological agents that cause several diseases. According to the World Health Organization, these diseases are classified as neglected tropical disease, as they main affected vulnerable socioeconomic population, where there is a little investment in their control and as well as in the development of treatments. This mosquito can transmit diseases such as dengue, Zika, yellow fever, chikungunya, among others. The life cycle of Aedes aegypti starts in the egg, with which a larva emerge. After going through 4 stages, the larva turn into pupa, and then into adult mosquito. The main method for the prevention and spread of this disease is the vector control. The eggs of this mosquito can remain viable for more than a year with no presence of water, which represents a great threat to the control of Aedes aegypti. So, in this perspective, the aim of this study was to make a combination of ligand-based and structure-based visual screening techniques that was performed of secondary metabolites and on acid dataset to select the best larvicidal active molecules against Aedes aegypti. With the Aedes aegypti as our target, we chose to assess larvicidal activity. So from the Campbell database, we selected a dataset of 173 molecules with larvicidal activity against Aedes aegypti, and the compounds were classified as active or inactive according with PIC 50 value. We performed the data curation and integration to do the ligand-based virtual screening to build the predictive model. The model was built with a 10,000 or 10-fold internal cross-validation, and the performances of the selected model were analyzed for receiving operating characteristic curve and methyl correlation coefficient, and we use the random forest algorithm. With the model ready, we performed the visual screening of the Ananasi dataset. And then, from the PDB databank, we selected a target protein of Aedes aegypti present in the intestine of the larva stage.
Sorry, I must interrupt. As your presentation it's freeze, so I cannot see your slides.
Oh.
Aconteceu alguma coisa com sua apresentação? Está totalmente travada. Não está como uma apresentação.
Aqui está passando normal. Eu vou fechar e...
Aqui está travado da minha parte. Eu vi em 2 computadores nesse momento.
Isso, colocar em modo de apresentação, agora dá certo.
Yeah, it's working now. Thank you.
Okay. The protein selected was the...
Mudar e exibir configurações. Lá em cima, exibir configurações. Acho que é exibir configurações. Exibir configurações. A do meio, Renata. Exibir configurações, lá em cima. Ok. It's working.
Okay.
Okay.
The protein selected was the sterile carrier protein 2, PDB-ID 1PC4, to perform the structure-based visual screening. So after the visual screening with the both techniques, we do an approach combining structure-based and ligand-based visual screening was performed to verify potential active molecules as well as the possible mechanism of action. The Ananasi dataset was extracted from our in-house database, Systematic. The Systematic was developed by Professor Dr. Marcos Solis Scott in his Chemoinformatics lab from the Universidade Federal da Paraíba. So the Systematic web portal introduced in 2018 is under development to address this need and documents crucial information about plant secondary metabolites, including the exact location of these species from which the compounds were isolated. In this web portal, we can get a lot of information about these molecules, like SMILE code, compound and species taxonomic information, molecular properties, and simulated the NMR predictions, among others. So in these results, in the ligand-based visual screening, we can see that the internal cross-validation and the external tests demonstrated similar statistical performance with accuracy higher than 81%, showing to be a model with great performance. Here we have the ROC curve chart with the area under the curve was greater than 90% for the cross-validation and greater than 96% for the test set, showing that the models can perform a good classification and prediction rate. 38 molecules had a prediction equal to or greater than 80% probability to be active. These molecules were then selected to be analyzed by the structure-based visual screening, the molecular docking. In the molecular docking, was first validated by redocking with the original ligand for the 1PC4 protein. The redocking compared assumed conformation of the binding in redock with the conformation of the crystallographic ligand. Here, the blue conformation is the conformation of the ligand in X-ray crystallography, and the red conformation is assumed by the redocking. In this table, it shows the ligand energy of the MODOK score and the Huttman square deviation values obtained from the redocking procedure. The inhibit of this protein is the palmitic acid. So before the molecular docking was performed for the 38 molecules selected in the random forest prediction model, based on the bind energy values, all tested molecules were ranked using the following probability calculation, where PS is the structure-based probability, ETM is the docking energy of molecule test, EM is the lowest energy value obtained from the test compounds, and EL is the ligand energies from the protein crystallography. And then we analyze the results, and 32 molecules present probability to be active higher than 50%. So after this, an approach combining the virtual screen techniques was performed to verify potential active molecules as well as the possible mechanism of action. The calculation is done the following equation, where PC is the combined probability, PS is the structure-based probability, ESP is the specificity rate from the cross-validation, and P is the ligand-based probability. In this equation, the ligand-based score is conditional to a decrease in the false positive rate with the increment of ESP, the specificity rate. Thus, the probability of selecting inactive molecules as activity is minimized. This table shows the best 5 molecules selected in this approach, and we can see that the probability values in both virtual screen techniques were higher than 0.83. Here I show the best rated extrusion in approach combined virtual screen techniques. As observed in the best molecule selected, the approach presents same common characteristics with the ligand PDB, the palmitic acid, which is a long carbon chain. This leads us to believe that these characteristics are important to give the active potential of these molecules. So in this conclusion, in this study, we selected 5 secondary metabolites as potential larvicidal against Aedes aegypti through rapid approach using virtual screen techniques. Using the Ananassa dataset obtained from our in-house database, the selected structures are a start point to future studies to develop new larvicidal compounds based on natural products. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata, for your presentation. I wait for questions in the Q&A chat, but no one set questions.
Okay.
But I have one question for you.
Yes.
Do you see any type of improvements in your protocol, considering high-level methods, computational methods, like quantum chemical methods, or you consider your protocol is closed?
Can you repeat the question, please?
If you consider to do some additional calculations, like quantum chemical calculation in your protocol of refinement of your ligand poses.
We use only molecular mechanics.
Okay, but do you consider any improvements of using QM methods to get better results, or you satisfy with the results with your protocol?
Yeah, I can try to improvement in the future, but now we use only molecular mechanics.
Okay, let me see if you have.
It's important to improvement.
Okay. I wait for question in the QA chat, but I think the people are so shy, maybe. Okay, thank you, Renata. I will present another student. Mary Emily Pinto is here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Mary.
Okay, are you sure? Okay.
Yes. Will present for us the Brazilian cyclotides from plants, an overview. Yes?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Feel free to start your presentation, man.
Hi, everyone.
You have 10 and 15
10
minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. Okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mary Emily. I'm postdoc, and I represent the peptide team from Center for Bioassay, Biosynthesis, and Ecophysiology of Natural Products at UNESCO. Thank you very much for this invitation, for give you an overview of what we do and more generally about the interesting natural derivative cyclic peptides we have. Again, thank you a lot for all of you out there listening and being interested in this topic. Today, my presentation is entitled Brazilian Cyclotides from Plants, one overview. We've been searching different sequence of cyclic peptides from plants since 2007. So my work today, I will present the progress of few studies describing the isolation of cyclotides, or also called mining proteins, from Brazilian plants. As next, I will explain some data from the Violaceae and Rubiaceae family that are the two families that I'm working right now. Why I decided to study cyclic peptides. I will give you a brief overview of why these cyclic peptides are fascinating molecules and the definition of these cyclotides, some key milestones in the timeline, the discovery and screen plants for the presence of peptides, and all cyclotides, all isolated cyclotides from our flora, our biodiversity. And in the end, I give you some examples from my own research in the Danube. The start point of my career was in 2004 when I started my master in UFPB. At that time, I developed my work based on small molecules, such as biflavonoids, diterpenes, and phenolic derivatives. And in 2007, I moved to São Paulo, and I started my PhD that gave me the opportunity to start a challenge work with cyclic peptides from plants with the professor, the Dr. Vanderlan Bolzani. Also in 2012, I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Christian Gruber from the University, the Medical University of Vienna in Austria. And also more recently in 2020, I stayed one year in the David Craig's group in Australia, and yeah, it was amazing opportunity to learn and grow more about and learn more about cyclotides and grow. Cyclopeptides are particularly compounds and has a lot of biological activities, possibly due to their target specificity, high affinity, bioavailability, and metabolic stability, as well as bimimic protein structural partners. Cyclopeptides in plants, in angiosperms, can be classified in three different classes: cyclotides, PGPs, and orbitides. Cyclotides, for example, has three interwoven disulfide bonds. There are three disulfide bonds, approximately 30 amino acids. PGP is one only disulfide bond, around 50 amino acids in your chain. And orbitides are only cyclic, no disulfide bonds in your structure. Well, this work will focus on cyclotides that are considered mining proteins. Structurally, are unique. These molecules are the unique motifs that are named CCK, formed by three disulfide bonds. Here, I base it on a structure and activity of cyclotides, and I show you that Mobius, that is a subclass of cyclotides, has one proline in the loop 5. This is the intrinsic difference between the bracelet and Mobius. These cis proteins can twist the backbone and conform for these cyclotides one different structure. Both subfamily occur in the rubiase, fabase, poase, solanase, and violase as well. I select this published figure to explain the evolution of studies with discovered cyclotides around the globe. The Calatabi one was the first discovered cyclotides. Lawrence Grant, that he was a doctor, Norwegian doctor, noted that during labor, African humans used a medicinal tea made from leaves of plant Oderland affinis to induce labor and to facilitate the childbirth. The active ingredient was determined to be Calatabi1, that was the first cyclotide discovered. And after that, your structure was elucidated by the Professor David Craig in 1999, and only in 2012 start the works with Brazilian cyclotides, more than, I believe, 12 years after the discovery of this peptide. Here, I put the timeline of the studies with these molecules in Brazil. The first study was in 2012. After that, in 2016, has more 4 cyclotides discovered. And after, in 2008, 2021, and 22, more works emerge in this area. But only 3%, the total of 724 peptides in total, only 24 are from Brazilian plants. So there's a lot of work to do in this field. Again, Brazil has one of the largest biodiversity in the world, with a lot of biomes and transition areas to be studied. There are a lot of rich information to be discovered here. And yeah, I invite all of you to look for these molecules in your research as well. In this map, I want to show you that you need to improve these studies, especially because Brazil has a lot of different vegetations, areas, regions that can be produce different molecules for ecological functions. How to obtain these molecules? A simple procedure I can describe here It's a screening, a simple screening, is extract the plant with methanol and water. After that, the hydromethanolic extract, you can partitionate it with GCM and put this in the cartridge of C18 to obtain a rich fraction. After that, when you analyze for APLC, you can check the range, exactly between 13 to 16% of acetonitrile. Look through the mouth. Sometimes these molecules appear in 2,500 2,500 until 4,500 Daltons. And to confirm that these disulfide bonds exist in these molecules, we did a reduction alkylation of these molecules using dithioteretol for reduction and the iodocetamide for alkylation. And it's possible check after these reactions the plus of 34.8 in the total of the mass. Not only this is because the peptides are cyclic, is necessary to open the ring. So the methodology is using enzymes. Sometimes we started with a single digest with endoprotease of glutamic acid, trypsin, and chymotrypsin as well. And we also do a combined digestion to cleave more the sequence and combine all this information to accomplish this Foley sequence. So I will show you some works that I've been done in my work. In 2018, I described some new cyclotides from Pombalia calceolaria that belongs to Violase family. And we tested this for cytotoxicity and effects on cell migration of breast cancer cell line. At 20 micromolar, the isolate cyclotides reduce the number of cancer cells by more than 8%. Additionally, we tested the inhibition of cell migration through the test Hilde-Hillen assay. And the cyclotide cycloviolacin 04 was the most interesting, with more than 50% of inhibition on cell migration at the subtoxic concentration of 2 micromolar. Also, we'll try to understand the accumulation of the cyclotides in the roots, understand the localization of the cyclotides. We did MALDI imaging to localize these peptides, and also some anatomical studies that we demonstrate that all 3 cyclotides are present in the phloem and the cortical parenchyma regions. It means that these compounds are in the external region, so can be act in defense of this plant. Another work that I want to show you is from next year. From Palicuria sessilis, is from belongs to Rubiaceae family. The peptides, the sequence are here, where de novo sequenced by Maud Toff, and their structure were solved by NMR. In this work, we start a new field for us, because until now, any works involve NMR for these cyclotides in Brazil were not done. Yeah, but it was a challenge and was good because I learned a lot using NMR for this structure. Also, not only this, determine the 3D structure, we tested these peptides by modulating monocells and proliferation of human primary T lymphocytes. And the results show you that these peptides are dose-dependent anti-proliferative functions. Here's some profile. Here you can see, sorry?
12 minutes.
Okay, sorry. Before and after the mass, and the results with NMR, and after that, the 3D structure. Okay, this it's the same that I did before. I show you the activity, and I would like to thank you, my my co-authors for this work, my agents for the fundings, and the institutions of UNESCO, University of Queensland, and the Medical University of Vienna.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We have one question here. Are the disulfide functions of cyclotides reduced by cellular thiols, such as glutathione?
Sorry, I mean, if the reaction with thiols are working, sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Are the disulfide functions of cyclotides reduced by cellular thiols, such as glutathione?
No, for reduction, we use a specific agent that's the tritritol, but the cyclotides don't have this property not.
Okay. More questions? I'll wait for more questions here.
Can I do a question directly from Mary?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Gerd. First of all, Mary, thank you to stay here. It's a great pleasure to meet you again after so many years. I was a first-year teacher when Mary was a biology student at UEPB, I think in 2007, around this, a long time ago. Exactly. And I have followed her trajectory with Professor Vanderlan Bolzani after that. It's a very great work. My question is, if you already know the use of cyclopeptides as grow agents for fish and shellfishes, focuses on food productions. I saw some works with this when I was in Havana, Cuba. It's work there is several groups in Havana that work with cyclical peptides to increase the creation of fish. So really.
Yeah.
So I think this is a great opportunity to transform the results of the university work in final products. We know the difficulties to do a pharmaceutical new products. It's long. It's not easy, and takes several years. But a product for food, I think that is possible to do. And I don't know if you know this use of the cyclical peptides.
No, I never heard about this, especially for cyclotides, because these molecules are toxic. Sometimes are more toxic than other cyclic peptides. But I will look for this topic. I think it's interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I would to thank Mary for your presentation and invite another speaker. Gabriela Bueno is here. Gabriela is here. I think Gabriel is not here. And, well, we can replace Marcos. Can we invite the final?
Sure.
Yeah?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. And I invite Thais Porto Ribeiro to talk about your presentation. Thais is here, I see. Thais, could you share your presentation for us? Thais. Thais is here, but I think she waiting for Thais. Oh, wow, Thais.
Good morning. I'm sorry.
Can you share? Could you share your presentation for us?
Yes.
Okay, Thais, you talk about alpha-terpineol induces phosphorylation, of AKT in endothelial cells. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. The title is a little bit different, but this is presentation of Thais.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for commission for this opportunity present in French-Brazilian Simpósio of Natural Products. And this work was realized in collaboration between Federal University of Paraíba and the University of Strasbourg. Is entitled Alpha-terpineol induces phosphorylation of AKT-ENOS pathway in endothelial cells. Okay. Have you seen my presentation? It's okay. So in response to blood flow, endothelial cells produced endothelial-derived nitric oxide, in consequence stimulation of granulocyclase in underlying vascularized multiple cells to produce relaxation. In healthy endothelial cells, endothelial nitric oxide synthase can be activated by the calcium-dependent way with increase of concentration of calcium bind to calmodulin and lead activation of calmodulin bind domain of ENOS to produce nitric oxide. On the other hand, the calcium-independent way produces the phosphorylation of a pathway of activation of AKT and phosphorylation of serine 1177 side of ENOS to produce nitric oxide. In this context, evidence has indicated that the high blood flow can reduce the ability of endothelium to perform the vasodilatation and manutention of vascular tone. In endothelial cells, ROS production increase concomitant by reduction of activation of ENOS and increase of oxygen species. This pathway was associated to activation of PKC-dependent phosphorylation of inhibitory acids. Collectively, that studies have indicated the prominent role of ROS in perpetuating the endothelial oxidative stress and consequently endothelial dysfunction linked to inflammation, apoptosis, and thrombosis. In this context, animal and human studies have indicated the potential of natural products and prevent the cardiovascular disease and such grape-derived products, green vegetable, and omega-3 fatty acids can trigger activating pathways in endothelial cells, promoting increased formation of nitric oxide and activation of ENOS, and prevent the oxidative stress. In this context, in natural product derivatives, we have essential oils and that they constitute such terpenes and monoterpenes. In previous studies, we have demonstrated the vascular effects. In fact, alpha-terpineol causes endothelial-dependent relaxation. When we demonstrated this effect in mesenteric artery, and this effect was prevented by LNAM. In similar way, we demonstrated that effect in vivo, and the blood pressure also was reduced after LNAM blockade. So the aim of this study was examine the underlying mechanisms induced by monoterpene, alpha-terpineol, and endothelial cells. For that, we treated the endothelial cells with alpha-terpineol and determinate the phosphorylation level of AKT and NOS, and we used the positive control like insulin. In addition, with determination of also the nitric oxide production with the probe diacylacetato and the ROS production, like we used the dehydroetidione fluorescent probe. Also, in this condition, we used the angiotensin 2 to positive control. So our results, we demonstrated that activation of alpha-terpineol and increased nitric oxide levels and relative fluorescence in similar way to bradykinin. This effect was reduced in presence of LNA, an inhibitor of nitric oxide synthase, suggesting the role of activation of nitric oxide. To confirm that, we initially determined the studies of if alpha-terpineol in endothelial cells, and we observed the phosphorylation site of residue serine 1177. And we observe in these results the rapid and sustained activation of eNOS, inducing in different concentrations of alpha-terpineol. In addition, we observed this effect was similar to insulin positive control, and also we have the effect associated in concentration-dependent manner. In continuation of this study, we determined also the phosphorylation of AKT, and we observed this effect of alpha-terpineol in phosphorylation of AKT, the concentration-dependent manner. So this study can demonstrate that the alpha-terpineol is responsible to increase the phosphorylation of AKT and NOS, and consequently production of nitric oxide. Initially, we associate the increase of ROS production is the mechanism associated to the endothelial dysfunction. To mimetize that, we used the angiotensin. Angiotensin causes NADPH oxidase mediated oxidative stress. Yes, and there is a potent inducer of generation of ROS. That effect can produce the vasoconstriction, endothelial senescence, and endothelial dysfunction. So we exposed the endothelial cells to angiotensin, and here we observe the increase of fluorescence after 30 minutes. The pro-oxidant response of angiotensin were abolished by alpha-terpineol, and this find indicated the development of alpha-terpineol in prevent oxidative stress. Take together, these findings indicate the alpha-terpineol increase the nitric oxide endothelial formation by increase the phosphorylation of AKT and NOS. In addition, prevent the angiotensin radical oxygen species, and this response can lead the prevention of the endothelial dysfunction and the potential cardiovascular disease. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Thais. I'll wait for questions. Guys, questions, please. for questions.
Not questions.
No questions, I think. Okay, Thais, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I think this session is end here. Yes, Marcos?
Yes. So the section is closed. Please, Francisco, could you close the? But we'll have some information for tomorrow, and after the student section of the presentation of the students tomorrow, we will reward some works, the best works, with some books. That's right, Francisco?
Yes, yes, it's correct.
Okay. Could you close the section of today, and or okay? Tomorrow we start again at 8:30 a.m. So please, you are waiting for the presentations. The first presentation tomorrow will be the Jean-Marc. Yeah, Jean-Marc. No, it's Marc Pinhal. And after Jean-Luc Decaux and the Professor Eugenie. Okay, Francisco, please, it's up to you.
Okay, I will finish this day. First, congratulate the students for the select students for the excellent works and the excellent presentation. Clear in English. It's I know it's they feel to speak in English for the Brazilian, but all the students do this in this very way, a good way. I also thank again all the speakers today. The other speakers for tomorrow stay here with us today. It's a great pleasure to participate in all the events, and call all us to participate tomorrow. We begin, as Marcos told, at 8:30 Brazil time, and we'll continue this excellent symposium. Thank you so much for all. Obrigado, equipe da Codecom por hoje. E we'll close. You consider close this first day of your symposium. Thank you so much for all, and have a nice day.
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day. Thank you, Gerd, for helping us.
Okay, Marcos. Congratulations for your symposium.
Thank you. Congrats for all the students for their presentation. Very clear, nice data.
Thank you.
Pode fechar, Hipólito.